Council be in session. Clerk will call roll call. Ascertain presence of quorum. Council be in order. Clerk will call roll call to ascertain the presence of a quorum.
Councillor Siomo, Councillor Connolly, Councillor Consalvo, Councillor Feeney, Councillor Lamattina, Councillor Linehan, Councillor Murphy, Councillor Presley, Councillor Ross,
Present.
Councillor Tobin, Councillor Turner, Councillor Yancey. You have a quorum.
I've been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present. I'd like to remind everyone that this afternoon is being filmed. I'd like all those present to please stand for this afternoon's invocation, which will be led by someone that Councillor Bill Lenihan will be introducing. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councillor Bill Lenihan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity here. I have with me and the honor to introduce a friend and someone who is committed to my hometown of South Boston and the neighborhood in which I grew up with down around Andrew Square. His name is Pastor Reverend Burns Stanfield. And before Burns was a pastor at the Fourth Presbyterian Church in South Boston, he was into recording. He was recording music. He's a musician. So maybe afterwards we'll do a duet, you know. But fortunately for us, he's not singing and enjoying himself. He's doing very significant work with many of the low-income neighbors in my community. The church was closed. It was reopened. It's a very active ministry around the arts, music, around rehabilitation for those in substance abuse. He teaches at Harvard Divinity School. He went to Princeton, and he's a good friend and a friend of Boston's in general. I offer you the Reverend Burns Stanfield.
So I understand people will be talking about money today and budget. I feel like I need to invite everybody to take a deep breath and relax. I also want to pass on some wisdom from one of my congregants, a man named Kenny Shallow. When we talk about budget stuff at our church, we invite people, different members of the congregation, to share why they do what they do, why they give, or whether they give even. And some months ago, Kenny had a chance to do that. And he recalled the story that you may know from the Bible, the story where Jesus sees a woman, a widow with very, very little money, giving the 2 mites. Think of it as 2 pennies. And said that she's given more than so many of these other people because she gave so much from what she had. And the lesson Kenny drew from that was, I saw what it took for this woman to get Jesus' attention. My decision is to figure out what I need to do to get Jesus' attention. So for that, I lift Kenny's advice and Kenny's suggestion to all of us, not only in dealing with money matters, but dealing with life matters. Let us pray. Good and gracious God, whom we all know by different names and through different traditions, we look to you now for wisdom. We look to you now for guidance. And most of all, we look to you for that love and peace that passes all understanding. God, thank you for the servants gathered in this room. Thank you for those committed to serving one another, to serving our neighborhoods, and to serving this city. I pray now your special blessing upon them as they navigate challenging waters to make those decisions which would be pleasing to you as we serve one another and care for this great city. We call you many names, and I pray to you in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you for that inspiring prayer. If you'll please all join Councillor Lenihan in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a few presentations today. I'd now like to call Councilor Ayanna Pressley to the rostrum for purposes of her presentation. Please direct your kind attention to Councilor Pressley.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Come before you today because I find it incredibly frustrating that too often we vilify our young people, in the press in particular, and rarely do we take the time to celebrate and affirm our youth for their accomplishments and many positive contributions to their respective neighborhoods and this city as a whole. Unfortunately, we are often learning about these contributions when eulogizing a young person. There is no reason at all, it's inexcusable, that an honor roll student, a role model, and a mentor like Jaywan Martin, we only first learned about once he was gunned down tragically on the courts of Bromley Heath. Today, I want to take the time to honor a young woman, Patrice Spencer, a young shero, for her extraordinary display of citizenship. In the coming months, myself and Councilor Arroyo will be officially launching the Young Shero Hero initiative, where this body will more regularly recognize and celebrate contributions of our young people. On April 26, a man passed out in front of Patrice as she was exiting the train to get to work. One woman attempted to revive the man but could not. Patrice, certified to perform CPR, stepped in and performed CPR until the man was revived and paramedics arrived. She did not ask for a thank you, but I want to publicly recognize this young woman, this shero, for her selfless and heroic act of saving a fellow citizen's life. I want to shine the spotlight on those youth like Patrice who are making positive contributions to their community. I'm a big advocate of mentoring, but I think it's important we recognize that it's not only adults who can mentor young people. Young people can mentor other young people by their example, and we have an obligation to celebrate and to affirm them when they do so. So without further ado, I would like to bring Patrice to the podium so that we can formally celebrate her. She didn't know about this, so she's surprised. All right, now you weren't shy in saving that man's life, so don't be shy today. You're deserving of this recognition. So, the City Council, be it resolved that the Boston City Council extends its congratulations to Patrice Spencer in recognition of your selfless act of heroism. Congratulations. Can I invite everyone up? Can I invite my colleagues up for a photo, please? I know. Good job.
Come all the way up there.
Congratulations.
We have another presentation. So I'd now like to ask Counselor Conley to recognize his special presentation. If you could all please direct your attention to Counselor Conley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am honored on behalf of all of my colleagues today and as chair of the City Council's Committee on Education to honor two individuals today, and I'd ask them to come down, Sharita Distant Hansel and Sandra Mitchell Woods. And I'll say a little bit about them as they make their way here. Sharita teaches at the Hale Elementary School in Roxbury. She's a reading recovery teacher who's gone above and beyond to create an incredible learning environment for her students, not only an excellent teacher, but well known for keeping the hallways of the school, in addition to the classrooms, as places where children can always learn by always focusing on the presentations in the hallways and student work in the hallways. Has also worked tirelessly on the development of the schoolyard at the Hale, and was recognized as the 2010 Boston Public School Educator of the Year. She's joined by her principal, Sandra Mitchell Woods, who was the recipient of the 2009 Thomas Passios Outstanding Principal Award, which is given annually to an elementary and middle school level principal in recognition of leadership, exceptional dedication to education, outstanding professionalism, and unselfish attitude towards helping others. So would you please join me in welcoming these two phenomenal leaders in our Boston Public Schools.
Thank you, everyone. I'm truly humbled to receive this award. And this also goes out to my other colleagues who are also named Educators of the Year this year. And thank you to Mayor Menino and all of the staff here, Martha Pierce, and all of you for making this possible. I love what I do. I love the children of Boston. I work tirelessly every day to provide the best education possible to all of my students. And I work collaboratively with the parents and the community, and we are the best public school system in America. Thank you.
I'm absolutely delighted to be here, and I certainly am most appreciative and most surprised to receive this proclamation. But we cannot educate children unless we work together. And I also want to give honor to our mayor, who's not here, and of course to the Boston Public School officials that are here, Martha Pierce, and I want to recognize this wonderful auxiliary here from the Army. You have to help me here, and because you've been to the Nathan Hale School, but we must continue to work together. And it has been an honor, a journey for me to be the Massachusetts Principal of the Year and the National Distinguished Principal. But we must continue to work together. And in the comments that our Counselor Presley made, we must remember her words, and we must continue to listen to each other, because if we don't do it, then who else will? That's the question. Who else will? Thank you so much for this honor. I truly, truly appreciate it.
Invite my colleagues up for a photo. Please come right up there on the photo.
'54th Regiment, we're just delighted that you're here. You look so handsome up there. Thank you for your work and your honor.
start. And a new budget. We're going to have to replace that budget at the mayor's office.
Hey, thank you so much. Thanks for everything that you do for us. I appreciate it. I would love to come. I would love to have you. Principal. Do you want me to do it? I have one more today, and I'm very proud to, I'd love to invite down the coaches and members who are present of the Boston Police Emerald Society hockey team, if they can come to the dais. And I'd ask Councilor Linehan and Councilor Feeney, who co-sponsored this recognition with me, to join me up here. Come on up, guys. So we're joined today by the Boston Police Emerald Society hockey team, a few members of it. If you saw the full roster, it's a phenomenally talented hockey team, and I am a diehard hockey fan, and so I wanted to recognize some of their great work. It's a team of 25 Boston police officers. They play in a variety of tournaments, many of which the aim is to raise charitable funds for a host of charities, and they play across the country. This past year, just wanted to recognize two specific accomplishments. They defeated the Philadelphia Police Department in a game at Fenway Park when the Boston Bruins had their game there. On hand to sing the national anthem at that game was our very own council singer, Bill Linehan, who did an amazing job. And this past April, the team participated in and won the 6th annual charity tournament for the DC Firefighters Burn Foundation. They defeated teams from the United States Secret Service, U.S. military, Baltimore Police Department, a host of teams, and showed that Boston not only has the best police force in the streets who help keep us safe, but the best hockey team out there as well. The event raised money for the DC Firefighters Burn Foundation. It provides financial assistance for the recovery and rehabilitation of injured firefighters and burn patients in the DC metropolitan area. I'm very proud to be able to recognize them. I want to give my colleagues, Councilor Feeney and Councilor Linehan, the opportunity to say a few words before we ask their coaches to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilor Conley. It's great to be here, and it's great to recognize all of you for the great work that you do. I was telling one of the gentlemen that my son is 31. He still plays hockey 3 nights a week. I keep telling him he's got to grow up, but I guess he doesn't. So we're just very grateful that we have such a commitment to this and on your accomplishments. It's wonderful. Thank you. I'm glad to recognize you today.
Thank you, Councilor Conley. And I would like to thank the Boston Police hockey team for giving me the opportunity to represent them in the city to sing the national anthem at Fenway Park. It was quite an honor for me, and it was quite enjoyable to see them take on the Philadelphia Police and beat them at Fenway Park. I want to send out a special congratulations to the players, but also to two dear friends of mine, the McHale brothers, Mark and Jerry, who are their coaches and have been steadfast in making sure that they're out and organized in different places around the United States representing Boston the way they do. So thank you all for what you do. Appreciate it.
And to move this along, we're lucky that Simon Cowell wasn't at Fenway Park that day, because I'm sure Council Leonard would be on his world tour now. But I just want you all to know that we do fundraisers all over Massachusetts, and anyone that asks us to do them, we do them. We're here for any of the councils that would like us to do something for somebody that's had hard times in the neighborhood or whatever. Just to know you're here. We've had so many between paralyzed victims or students that have needed some aid, and we are here. We can do them, and we have a 93, 21, and 5 record over the last 9 years, and we love to show ourselves also. If you ever need us to do anything, feel free. We're a phone call away. Thanks very much.
I just want to end it by saying I want to thank all the councilors for inviting us in here today, and especially John Conley here. The police officers that are here today, they do a great job out on the streets and also do a great job for me inside the rink. And I want to congratulate everybody that's here today that's participating and getting some sort of an award. And good luck in the future. Thank you.
Can I ask my colleagues to come up for photo? Everybody step right up in the middle here.
Billy Hubbard, by the way, I got to acknowledge him for being the MVP of the tournament. He's our goalie from West Roxbury High Park. Thanks, John. Thanks, Council Cohen.
Finally, Councilor Yancey has a presentation. It's a busy day for presentations. If you'll please direct your kind attention to Councilor Charles Yancey.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have a lot on our agenda today. This is going to be my 27th budget, so I'm looking forward to that debate. However, I think it's very important for us to reflect on our history as well. You know, I spent a little time in Ghana, and there's a symbol called the Sankofa bird. Sankofa bird looks backwards before it can move forward. So I'd like to take a few minutes right now to recognize a person who risked his life to protect the people of Boston back in the 19th century and into the 20th century. So at this time, I'm going to invite a number of people to join me at the podium, starting with the 54th Regiment. If I can invite Benny and his team to come and join us, I would appreciate it. Now, the 54th Regiment, all of you know, was glorified and memorialized in the movie Glory. It was a regiment of African Americans who fought against slavery and fought to preserve the Union, headed up by Colonel Shaw. We're going to hear from Benny Smith very shortly. And they're not the primary reason we're here, but they present a nice backdrop. I think you would agree. Give them another round of applause. I invite the president of the Massachusetts Association of Minority Law Enforcement Officers, Larry Ellison, to come and join us. And I would like to invite Superintendent Gross to come in and join us at this time. And now I'd like to invite the honorees. There was a memorial service earlier over the weekend on Saturday, and some activities leading up to that, where we commemorated the gravesite of the first African-American police officer in the city of Boston, one of the first, if not the first, in the United States of America. The reason we did that was because of the hard work and research of the individuals I will be bringing up, and of course the descendants of our first African-American police officer. So at this time, I would like to ask Bob Anthony to join us. Give him a round of applause. Officer Bob Anthony. And next, I'd like to invite Margaret Sullivan, the Boston Police Department's archivist, to join us. And now the two descendants of Officer Homer, Lillian Homer and Maria Homer. And I think that completes the complement. So in 1878, Officer Homer was appointed a police officer. And one of the reasons I thought it would be appropriate for us to recognize Officer Homer here is because he became a police officer at the urging of a member of what was then called the Boston Common Council, the predecessor to the Boston City Council. I believe, and we're going to hear from Ms. Sullivan to give us the accurate information about this, but I think it was Councilor Ruffin, George Ruffin, who he certainly was around at that time, and then after him, there were a half dozen other African-American city councilors right here in the city of Boston in the 1800s. So without any further ado, let me invite the person who did most of the research that brought us here today. And that's Ms. Margaret Sullivan for a very, very brief presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Yancey, and thanks to the Council for recognizing Sergeant Homer, this good man and fine officer. None of the research would have been possible without the stellar advice of the staff of the Boston Public Library. This is, most appropriate that this body should honor Sergeant Homer. As the Councilor said, it was John J. Smith, an abolitionist in word and deed, a business owner, and a recruiter for the Mass 54th and other colored regiments in the Civil War, who first said it was high time that Boston have an officer of color. At the same time, in 1878, the Boston Police changed its governance and moved from a police chief to a commissioner system. The commissioner at the time was Henry Sturgis Russell, the cousin of Robert Gould Shaw, who led the 54th, who, upon the death of his cousin, left his own regiment to lead the African-American 5th Mass Cavalry. So the appointment came about because there was a member of the council who demanded justice, and there was a member of the police department who had seen African-Americans perform with bravery and courage and character. So I very much appreciate what you're doing today. Thank you.
Very much. Now I'd like to ask that police officer Bob Anthony say a few words. He was involved in much of the research as well in organizing this weekend's event.
Thank you for this honor. I think the council just threw me under the bus because I wasn't prepared, but as a police officer, you try to improvise. I got to thank the Boston Public Library again because the research was very fascinating. And counselors, Councilor Siomo for stepping forward on the event when I contacted him because it was on his district, and he'd be recognized. Also have to thank the Boston Police Commissioner, who was very instrumental in starting us to give us the opportunity to do this. Thank you.
I'd like to hear from Superintendent Gross, and then we'll hear from Officer Ellison and Smith.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I, too, would have to thank the Boston Public Library. They helped get me where I am today. I'd like to thank everyone that supported the Boston Police in their endeavors and recognizing the Homer family, especially Horatio J. Homer and his proud descendants. I think it shows that even back then, the city took strides to diversify, and something that we're still working on today. But it just shows what you can do when you work together. So I would just ask if you, when you go forward today, that everyone just think how far we've come and never to forget the past, because we learn from our history. So thank you very much.
Almost finished, but I wanted to invite Larry Ellison, who's the president of Mamleo, to say a few words in light of the precedent set back in 1878, and now we're up to date in terms of the continuing struggle to diversify our police department.
Yes, Council, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, council members. I just want to say that I think it's fitting that Sergeant Horatio Homer be honored today. But I think the more fitting way would be that his memory be not just a memory, that we continue to diversify the city of Boston as well as the Boston Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the stars of the afternoon, I'd like to introduce two descendants of Sergeant Homer, and these would be his granddaughters, I believe, Maria Homer and Lillian Homer. If they could join us at this time. Let's give them a round of applause.
To the members of the Boston City Council, thank you for inviting us to your chambers. My sister Maria and I are honored. The city of Boston has always been known as a source for many opportunities. Saturday's tribute to Grandpa Horatio showed us community at its best. This fellowship of rank, generation, and color underlined the support in honoring a man who had the strength and courage to persevere as a pioneer in the Boston Police Department. Horatio's accomplishments will undoubtedly propel and guide future leaders toward many opportunities and upcoming journeys. Thank you for recognizing our grandfather in his position as Boston's first African-American police officer. June 26, 2010 was truly a day of pride for the Homer family, past and present. Thank you very much.
Before we invite our colleagues up here, I did want to hear from Benny White, who offers great leadership and inspiration for us all as he leads today's 54th Regiment.
Thank you very much. Let me just say that the 54th Regiment and the Colored Ladies Christian Relief Society do thank the city for the invitation down here. And we were very proud to take part in the ceremonies Saturday. I would also say to you that we are reenactors, but without our ancestors and what they did over the years, we wouldn't even be here. So we thank our ancestors too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Acknowledge the presence of Enoch Woodhouse, who is part of the great and ancient artillery, and he has been a strong supporter of these efforts for many, many years. Enoch Woodhouse, thank you for being here. These resolutions, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll simply say that the Boston City Council and meeting assemblies extends its best wishes for continued success, and that this resolution be duly signed by the President of the City Council and attested to and copy thereof transmitted by the Clerk of the City of Boston. And in recognition of the significant contributions, this is to Lillian and Maria Homer, and significant contributions of your grandfather, Horatio Julius Homer, Boston's first African-American police officer, who was appointed in 1878, promoted to sergeant in 1895, and who served for 40 years. So I would like to make this presentation to the granddaughters at this time and ask that our colleagues come and join us as I make a presentation to Ms. Sullivan for her great work. We want to thank you so much, Margaret, for bringing this to light. And I want to thank Officer Bob Anthony for his great work. And I also want to thank the mayor and the police commissioner for participating in this effort as well. Bob? All right, come and join us, please, for a brief photo. Could you step forward, Margaret? Maria? Thank you very much thank you for the great contribution. Oh, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Go straight to you. Okay? And we're not going to do that for a while. Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please mark councilors who arrived present since the initial roll call? Hearing no objection, they shall so be added. I'd like to recognize some labor leaders who are in the attendance today. I'd like to recognize Ed Kelly, the president of Local 718, Richard Stutman, the head of the Boston Teachers Union, Rich Rogers, the head of the Greater Boston Labor Council, Jen Springer, the head of AFSCME, Martin Callahan, the head of the Pressmen's Union, John Laughlin from the Painters Union, Mike Lafferty from the Custodians Union, Alyssa Catalick from the Libraries Union, and some of my colleagues. I'd also like to recognize many of the workers of our city, and we know why you're here and appreciate your presence. Many of my colleagues have asked for a brief recess in order to work out some final conversations with the administration with regard to the budget. I will allow a 20-minute recess. This council's in recess.
What you do?
the clerk call a roll call to ascertain the presence of a quorum?
Counselor Siomo. Counselor Connolly. Counselor Consalvo. Consalvo, was that Consalvo? Counselor Feeney. Counselor Lamatina. Counselor Linehan. Counselor Murphy. Counselor Presley. Counselor Ross.
Here.
Counselor Tobin. Counselor Turner. Counselor Yancey. You have a quorum.
I'm informed by the clerk that a quorum is present. Anyone wishing to amend the minutes from last meeting, please signify. Seeing and hearing none, those minutes stand approved. Communications from His Honor the Mayor.
Docket 0992, message and order for the confirmation of the appointments of constables authorized to serve civil process upon filing of their bonds for the period commencing May 1st, 2010 and ending April 30th, 2013.
The question now comes for suspension of the rules and passage on the order for confirmation of the appointments of constables under the usual terms and conditions. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0992 has passed.
Docket 0993, message and order authorizing the fire department to establish and maintain a revolving fund, which shall be credited with all receipts received pursuant to costs associated with Mass General Law, Chapter 21E, the Massachusetts Oil and Hazardous Material Release, Prevention, and Response Act.
That matter shall be referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Petitions, memorials, and remonstrances.
Docket 0994, petition of Nautical Tours, Inc., for a license to operate motor vehicles for the carriage of passengers for hire over certain streets in Boston.
The matter shall be referred to the Committee on City and Neighborhood Services and Veterans Affairs. Reports of public officers and others.
Docket 0995, communication was received from Kathleen Kiley Becchetti, Executive Director, Boston Retirement Board, regarding certification and transmittal to City Council of Boston Retirement Board FY 2011 budget.
Copy of that?
Would you provide a copy to the Chair of the Public Safety Committee, Madam Clerk? You shall receive a copy. That matter shall be placed on file.
Docket 0996, communication was received from the City Clerk for the filing by the Boston Redevelopment Authority of the Fifth Amendment to report and decision on Campfield Estates Chapter 121A project.
The matter shall be placed on file.
Docket 0997, notice was received from the City Clerk of the filing of the Downtown Boston Business Improvement District petition.
Chair recognizes the Chair of Economic Development and Planning, Councilor Bill Lenahan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Upon assignment of this matter to the Committee on Economic Development, I rise today to let folks know that at the conclusion of today's meeting, excuse me, I'll file a hearing notice with the clerk's office for August 2nd, 2010 at 10 a.m. on this matter. You have an orange folder on your desk, colleagues, and it'll give you some information on that. The bid needs to be noticed for 30 days as part of a state statute. So it has to be out and about for 30 days. And filing a notice today will allow me to hold a hearing on this matter on August 2nd. This is a very important step in revitalizing downtown Crossing. It's probably the biggest step that we've made in a long time. Councilor Lamatina and I, whose districts meet right at downtown Crossing at the corner of Washington and Winter, are both in support of this. Presently, 457 of the 744 owners have signed on, which is over 60%, and it represents $5.7 billion in value, of which $3.8 billion have signed on. So it's a 64 to near 65% of value, which are all thresholds that are needed. So I ask all folks to participate and to have this matter move forward and be posted immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The matter shall be referred to the Committee on Economic Development and Planning.
Docket 0998, the constable bonds of the following, having been duly approved by the Collector Treasurer, were received. You want me to read them all? You don't want me to read all the names?
No. So there's a motion. The question now comes on approval of the constable bonds under the usual terms and conditions. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and they have been approved. Motions, orders, and resolutions.
999, Councilors Ross, Presley, and Arroyo offer the following. Order approving a petition for a special law relative to the potential layoffs and closure of several neighborhood branches across the Boston Public Library system.
Chair recognizes Council President Mike Ross.
Mr. President, I'd first like to move suspension of the rules to allow the third name to appear.
So moved. Second? Do I have a second? Second. Council Linehan, so seconds. All those in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Third name is appeared.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, the matter before my colleagues is a home rule petition. It concerns the library, and it's relevant to our discussion today with the budget. One of the things that we ran into, and this is filed by myself, Councilor Presley, and Councilor Arroyo, but I know many of my colleagues actually are concerned with this very issue. And that is, as we approach the board on the issue of their raising funds to be able to keep libraries open, keep people working, and keep resources coming in, we were somewhat concerned to learn that the trustees do not fundraise, that they are not empowered to fundraise under statute. And to us, we felt that is something that is a lost opportunity. We were just in New York City, and we visited Jeffrey Canada at the Harlem Children's Zone. And Jeffrey Canada said to us on that visit that everyone on his board raises $1 million. And if they don't, they're asked to leave. And that's how Jeffrey Canada became the model for that type of service for the entire country. He raises $75 million a year to run his organization. Well, we should be no less resolute in raising funds for the library. Now, I know the library has a foundation, and the foundation is supposed to raise funds. But I think in recent years, they haven't done as well as they had in the past. And we all know that some of the major members of the trustees of the boards that were very good at raising funds in the past are no longer on the board. So this proposal would allow the trustees, this home rule petition would allow the trustees to raise funds, thus bringing precious resources into the library so that we can do more there. And it will expand the number from 9 trustees to 13 trustees. Given that this measure is related to the budget, what I would ask my colleagues to consider is voting and passing it today. So that would require suspension of the rules and unanimous consent. In the event that it doesn't happen, I will be back to pass this at a future meeting. But I do hope that my colleagues see the value in passing this today. The final thing I'd like to say is I sent a copy as a courtesy to the chair of the Board of Trustees of the library. I felt that he deserved to know that this is something that is going to be considered, potentially. And he has replied with a letter, and his letter actually supports this. I will have a copy of that letter circulated to you before the vote would be taken, but I think it's very relevant that the president of the library board, the chair of the library board, would support this. It bodes well for what would be assumed their ability to raise funds and bring in more resources to our library so that we don't have to consider some of the awful choices that we've been forced to consider during this budget. So with that, I would hope that my colleagues support this initiative today and pass this today so that we can have it passed at the State House and allow our trustees to raise funds and keep our libraries moving. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Councilor Ross. Chair recognizes Councilor Ayanna Pressley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll be brief. I'm pleased to join with my colleagues in filing this home rule petition. There are 3 legs to this stool. Where the libraries are concerned, the state has done what they could do, the city has done what they could do, and now I'm begging the question that the BPL trustees be authorized to do what they can do instead of woefully wringing their hands in frustration at their inability and lack of authorization to raise funds. You know, if we are going to look to overhaul the libraries in order to have 21st century libraries, any overhaul and any reform needs to begin with the trustees and that foundation. And that's why I ask my colleagues to support this and to pass it unanimously. And again, I just think it's important we all have a role and a responsibility to play in this. The efforts to date have been anemic on the fundraising side. We haven't received much information relative to assets under the foundation. It's clear there's some mismanagement going on there. So again, any reform and any overhaul must begin with the trustees and that foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pressley. Chair recognizes Councilor Felix Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our Council President for his leadership on this issue and allowing me to be a part of this effort. I want to thank Councilor Pressley for being a part of this as well. You know, frankly, Councilor Pressley and myself have been on the council for 6 months, and what a 6 months it has been, I would say. You know, as a new member of the council, I look at things a little differently, and I realize that these are absolutely terrible economic times. It just bears repeating. It would be irresponsible for us not to understand that and not to believe that as we go through a budget process, that the budget process will reflect the reality of the times we're in. However, it's within these times that creativity must win. It's within these times we have to look out of the box and figure out how to move forward. If we're talking about the future of the library, if we are going to be aggravated by the cuts at the state level, we understand the limitations that the city has, and we have to look at that board of trustees, and we have to put some onus back on them and say, we understand that in the past you were not allowed to raise funds. That is true. I was actually shocked when Amy Ryan sat here in this chamber and told me that her trustees actually don't raise any money at all. So we came up with a solution for them. As a body, we'll take leadership and we'll move forward a home rule petition that would allow the state to take action on changing roles and responsibility of that board so that they can raise money. We'll also make it easier by allowing the mayor, through this legislation, to appoint 4 new people so that there's more people doing that work. We now have a letter of the chairman of the board who, while he's clear to say he hasn't been able to talk to the rest of the board, and he says it's an individual endorsement, but the chair of the board supports this concept. So I see no reason why, as a council, we can't suspend the rules today. I'm asking my colleagues to please join us in doing that, so we can move forward so that we could get this to the State House as soon as possible, so that our friends at the state who have committed to moving this forward will get this done, so we can get these trustees raising money, so that we don't have to look at this type of a situation again next year, and what will be my second time looking at the budget. So with that, I ask all of my colleagues for their support, and I very much appreciate Councilor Ross, Councilor Pressley for allowing me to join you in this effort as we move forward in an attempt to really begin the process of, if we're going to talk about restructuring the library, then we absolutely have to talk about restructuring the board.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Chair recognizes Councilor Bill Linehan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I rise because I think this is a great idea, and I commend my colleagues for putting it together. I do, though, have some reservation about rushing this through without having a hearing. I mean, it seems like a significant initiative, and to change something that's institutionally been there for a long time. I'm not demanding it. I just that maybe I can get some debate from one of the 3 co-signers on why we're doing it today, but it just seems like something that's very significant, important. I agree with its intent. At the last meeting we had with the Budget Office, I offered a voluntary tax for libraries, and that we should look into that as we move forward. So we should look at all the things that are available to us to ensure that our libraries can provide the best services with the best staff for our citizens. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and if someone would respond, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Linehan. President Ross will respond. Chair recognizes the President.
Thank you. I appreciate the question, and it's a question that I myself had. I wasn't sure at first if I was going to ask you to make this rare step that we often never take to pass a ordinance, a home rule petition, in this case, without a hearing. And my colleague is right. It is rare for us to do that. The reason why I think it's important we pass it today is because we're about to pass a budget that very much impacts the libraries. And at the last recess, I know that my colleagues were on the phone with their counterparts from the administration pressing this very issue. And I know that my colleagues have been working very hard up until minutes ago, and maybe right now even on their cell phones through text messaging, I don't know, trying to get additional resources for the library. The reason why it's important that this gets passed with this budget is I would have a difficult time supporting a budget that could potentially close or lay off workers, and that will definitely lay off workers, but could potentially hasten the close of branches without this option in there. I feel it is the duty of the board to raise funds and make those funds available for the continuation of services and operations at the library. I feel that that has not happened. We all don't feel it hasn't happened. That has not happened, and that is something that has been missing. As Councilor Presley said, it's a three-legged stool. So to pass the budget with its shortcomings that we're all well aware of, given our financial situation, without having this passed on that same day, I feel that it would be wholly incomplete and irresponsible. And that is why I feel that these two items, these two pieces of legislation go hand in glove with each other and they need to be passed contemporaneously. I recognize it's a rare step to do this without without having a hearing, but it's actually a very simple amendment to the law. It expands the board to 13, and it allows, and we have checked this with the Ethics Commission because that was our concern that this is done correctly. It allows these special employees to fundraise for the purpose of the library. And the Ethics Commission has said that so long as it's written into the legislation, then they're able to do that, and it's legal, and it passes the test with the Ethics Commission. So I hope that we can pass this today, because I think it's important given what we're about to debate in terms of the budget.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chair would point out there is a 32-day window left in the legislative session of this year, and then they don't come back until January. So we do have an opportunity to get that up there now. So Councilor Ross moves suspension of the rules and passage of the home rule petition, docket number 0999. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Councilor Ross doubts the vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilor Arroyo? Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Siomo? Councilor Siomo, yes. Councilor Connolly? Councilor Connolly, yes. Councilor Consalvo? Councilor Consalvo, yes. Councilor Feeney? Councilor Feeney, yes. Councilor LaMattina? Councilor LaMattina, yes. Councilor Linehan? Councilor Linehan, yes. Councilor Murphy?
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Presley? Councilor Presley, yes. Councilor Ross? Councilor Ross, yes. Councilor Tobin? Councilor Tobin, yes. Councilor Turner? Councilor Turner, yes. Councilor Yancey? Councilor Yancey, yes. 13 in the affirmative, none in the negative.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, docket number 1000. Mr. President?
At the risk of being foolish, can I just move reconsideration so that it be filed on behalf of all members of the City Council and not just be filed on the behalf of the three of us? And again, my only reason for doing that was because of our rules that allow only two of us to file it.
Yes, Mr. President, we need a second, Mr. President. Council Arroyo seconds. Question comes on reconsideration, docket 0999. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Reconsideration prevails. Councilor Ross amends the order to be from all members of the City Council. All those in favor of the amendment? Chair recognizes Councilor John Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will support this, as I just did. I'm glad we're reconsidering because I get a chance to speak. I just want to say that I appreciate the great intent and work of my three colleagues sponsoring this. I appreciate Council President Ross's gesture to make this a unanimous council action, and I'll vote for this. But I just want to express my reservations publicly, as my colleague from South Boston did. As I know, boards of trustees, boards of directors, boards of regents, their job is oversight, not fundraising. You run the risk of creating conflicts, because you could have a board member who can raise tremendous funds but may have an awful vision for the library, and they would not be removed because of the funds that they raised. Well, they may put them to bad use, but that's a scenario that hopefully won't happen. Hopefully we'll have wonderful trustees who raise a lot of money. But my just concern is, and I think it was raised by the sponsors, doing good work here, and hopefully this will work out, is that the problem was pointed out, the BPL Foundation, it's there. The fundraising mechanism exists. And maybe it's not doing its job. And it just strikes me, why don't we fix the BPL Foundation if it's not doing its job? I mean, is this going to really solve the problem, or is this just an effort that will be fruitless? The mechanism's in place right now, and it clearly hasn't lived up to its billing, as we know all too well by what's going on in the libraries. And so I just expressed that reservation because I'm being asked to vote on something today, and I just appreciate the time sensitivity, and I will defer to the hard work of my colleagues on this and their good judgment. But I'm being asked to vote on something in which I can read the inserted language, but I don't get to read the original language. No hearing. Don't get to read the original language. I don't know what we're replacing here. I get to read the inserted language, and that's why we would normally have a process that involves a hearing and the full exploration of these issues and that. But I understand with 32 days left in the state budget process the importance of sending this up there. And again, I will defer to my colleagues and their good judgment who have done a lot of work on this issue. But I just wanted to express those reservations because this is highly unorthodox for us to suspend and pass something that's going to actually change legislation. Usually, typically when we do it, it would be on a more general resolution. And so I wanted to get my reservations on the record surrounding this, given that the BPL Foundation is sitting there and clearly not living up to its full potential. I just wonder if we're going to create more issues with the trustees when we're not actually focusing on what seems to be broken, the BPL Foundation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Conley. Chair recognizes Councilor Charles Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I do support this. But I don't think that this represents a panacea. I don't think this raises $1 in the very short term to address the problem of the budget. And I don't want to give the impression to guests or others or the public that somehow this is going to justify a vote for an inadequate budget. And I support it. I think the Board of Trustees should be more aggressive in terms of raising money, but in terms of the timing of the actual receipt of the cash, we haven't had a public hearing to discuss that impact, and I think it would be disingenuous of us to assume, because we passed this particular petition, that somehow that solves the budget gap with regards to the library. It doesn't. It doesn't. Maybe it will at some future date, but it doesn't really release us from the responsibility of making tough decisions with regards to what's before us today. So I support this. I want to give the Board of Trustees whatever resources they need so that they can raise money. But because we didn't have a hearing on this, there was no real discussion about what dollars will be generated and when they will be generated. And that obviously impacts our discussion around the fiscal year 2011 budget. But I think it's a good petition, one that should be supported by every member. But we should not create the illusion that because of this, somehow we're going to deal with the shortfall that we're facing in the library department.
Thank you, Councilor Yancey. Chair recognizes Councilor John Connolly.
Thanks, Mr. President. Very quickly, I'll just, again, I will vote for this, and I want to recognize my colleagues' good work, but I also think when you go this route with the trustees and fundraising, what we're going to ensure is that every trustee will be a multimillionaire charged with fundraising, but that may very well mean that nobody from Lower Mills could be a trustee, or no one from Oak Square could be a trustee, or no librarian could be a trustee, because the criteria will be, first and foremost, are you a multimillionaire who can raise millions of dollars? The solution's at fixing the BPL Foundation. We want people who care most about our libraries on the Board of Trustees, regardless of their income range and how much money they can raise. Fix the BPL Foundation. That's the place we should target. I think hopefully this will be used in the right way and if the legislature acts favorably on it. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Connolly. Just reminding everybody, we have voted on this already. We've moved reconsideration to allow all of our names to be put on it, and we do have other opportunities through this process and other processes that we are engaged in to find other possibilities for a solution. Chair recognizes Council President Ross.
Thank you. I was going to let it go, but just on that last point, I want to respond because I think it's important, because it's a very important point you raise. And I think the Vice President cleared up that we have other processes. There's no reason why we can't come back here on this very issue next week and look at this. But on the point of millionaires running the library, look, the Boston City Council and the mayor of this city run this city, okay? And there's not a single department that, you know, there's the school committee, they're appointed by the mayor. Obviously, they set policy for the school department. The Boston Public Library is a unique board of trustees that brings insight and oversight from others. But the governance of this city is in the hands of us, and it's in the hands of the mayor. And if there's something that we need to adjust, if we have to require that there be a community board and get to that level of micromanaging, for which I hope we don't have to, then we'll do that. We'll do that. I expect, as you do and as my colleagues do, that there is input from our community. I think we've learned a lot in these last couple months about how we approach the library. I think that we're far more successful when we do so with our community. So there may be mechanisms that we have to force, and there may be mechanisms that naturally grow out of the process of the next few months. But we're here and we're not going anywhere, and neither is the mayor of the city. And if it requires us to come back on this issue, I'm prepared to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Clerk, dockets number 1000 and 1001 read together, please.
Councilor Turner offered the following dockets. Docket number 1000, order for a hearing regarding efforts to curb illegal gun trafficking in Boston and Massachusetts. And docket number 1001, resolution supporting Governor Patrick's crime bill, H 4102, to reduce violence committed with illegally trafficked guns.
Chair recognizes Councilor Chuck Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I rise to present this hearing order and resolution on an issue that we talk about regularly, the issue of violence in the city, and particularly violence involving youth. The key factor in that violence in the vast majority of cases is guns. And the hearing and the resolution focus on the question of what are we doing as well as what we can do to intercept the illegal flow of guns that's going on in Boston, the state of Massachusetts. The hearing order is designed to bring together federal authorities to meet with the council along with state officials and local officials, all of whom are involved in the issue of public safety, but particularly focusing on the issue of coordinated efforts around gun control in the state and in the city. It's a key aspect of our being able to, in fact, reduce violence in the city, and I think it's been a while since we've had that kind of hearing. The resolution focuses on a bill that's now going through the state legislature, and as our vice president pointed out, we have 32 days to pass H4102, presented by Governor Patrick. You would think that it would sail through. What does it do? Primarily, it says you can only buy one gun a month. You can only, primarily, it has other aspects to help tracking and prosecution, but primarily it's limiting the number of guns that a person can buy each month, because the concern is that if we don't have limitations, that there are traffickers who are going in and buying guns and then selling them to others. I would call for the suspension of the rules and passage on the resolution today, because as we only have 32 days, the bill is in a struggle at the State House, and hopefully our voice could be an aid to those who recognize the need to pass this bill as part of our ongoing struggle to end the violence in Boston. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please, docket 1000 will be referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Councilor Turner moves suspension of the rules and passage of docket 1001. Councilor Royo would like to have his name added, as would Councilor 1001. To both. Councilor Royo on both. Councilor Presley on both. Councilor Yancey on both. Councilor Linehan on both. Councilor Feeney, Councilor Ross on both. Councilor Siomo, Conley, Consalvo, and myself on both. Councilor Turner moves suspension of the rules and passage of docket 1001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Docket 1001.
Doubt the vote.
Councilor Turner doubts the vote. Clerk will call the roll on 1001.
Excuse me. Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Siomo. Councilor Siomo, yes. Councilor Connolly. Councilor Connolly, yes. Councilor Consalvo. Councilor Consalvo, yes. Councilor Feeney. Councilor Feeney, yes. Councilor Lamatina. Councilor Linehan. Councilor Linehan, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Presley. Councilor Presley, yes. Councilor Ross.
Yes.
Councilor Ross, yes. Councilor Tobin. Councilor Tobin, yes. Councilor Turner.
Yes.
Councilor Turner, yes. Councilor Yancey. Councilor Yancey, yes. 12 in the affirmative, none in the negative. It
Rules have been
passes.
suspended. The resolution has been adopted.
Thank you.
Docket number 1002, Councilors Yancey and Turner offer the following. Order for a hearing regarding the Campus High School Urban Renewal Plan.
Chair recognizes Councilor Yancey.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, Mr. President, the BRA has enormous powers and authority, and recently the members of the City Council received correspondence announcing that the BRA is going to take certain properties. And I think it's very important for us as a legislative branch of government to explore the authority of the BRA to do so and to raise important questions in terms of the public purpose being served. So I ask that it be referred to the appropriate committee.
Thank you. The matter shall be referred to the Committee on Economic Development. Oh, I'm sorry. Brief recess. Yeah, I'm sorry. That matter shall be referred to the Committee on Education.
Docket number 1003, Councilor Yancey offer the following. Order for a hearing regarding the BRA's proposed eminent domain taking for the Post Office Square and Garage project.
Chair recognizes Councilor Yancey.
Thank you. Similarly, Mr. President, the BRA intends to take some property that's currently owned by the City of Boston for economic development purposes. I just would like to have a public hearing on it so that we can discern the authority of the BRA to do so and the public purpose being served. And I ask that it be referred to the appropriate committee for an expeditious hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. That matter shall be referred to the Committee on City and Neighborhood Services and Veterans Affairs.
No.
Economic
No. You don't want to-
I'm sorry, I'm all confused over here. That matter shall be referred to the Committee on Economic Development and Planning. Next docket.
Docket number 1004, Councilors Yancey and Presley offer the following. Order for a hearing regarding the regulation of street memorials.
Chair recognizes Councilor Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hundreds of families over the past couple of years have suffered the worst losses possible befallen upon any family, the loss of a loved one. And in many instances, sadly, we've lost children to street violence in the city of Boston. And people deal with that grief in many different ways. One way family and friends have dealt with that grief is to create street memorials. The unfortunate thing is that we've had so many incidents of homicides in Boston that certain neighborhoods very easily could resemble cemeteries. But I think the city government has a responsibility to respect the family and loved ones. But I also think that we should establish some policies with regards to how long these memorials stay up and see what other support we can provide to the families to recognize their loved ones, at the same time maintain the quality of life in the city of Boston. So I ask that this matter be referred to the appropriate committee and that we have a hearing conducted with great sensitivity to the needs of the bereaved families. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilor Presley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank my good colleague from Dorchester for inviting me to serve as a co-sponsor on this. This is a sensitive issue, a very emotional issue, and it's unfortunate that it needs to be addressed at all. It pains me that we're in this chamber in this great and good city even discussing what our city should be doing about memorials to victims of violence. But this is an issue I've been thinking about for a long time. It's an issue that people in communities most impacted by violence have raised with me while I was campaigning and since I've been elected. Many times I've spoken about the need for our children to be aspirational, to be able to walk outside and believe they can be whatever they want to be. And I'm concerned that our young people waking up, walking outside, and seeing a memorial to a victim of violence makes that young person aware of only one thing, that their life is in danger and their future is uncertain. I think back to a conversation I had recently with Jackie Furtado, the head of the tenant organization at Bromley Heath. She told a very telling and poignant story, and that was that as a child, until someone told her differently, she believed she lived in Wellesley or Brookline. Until someone told her she lived in a poor community, a dangerous community, a community of dim futures and dark characters, she thought her community was a wonderful place, full of families and kids, happiness and hope. But that shock to her system forced her to grow up differently than maybe she would have if she had grown up thinking her childhood was no different than a child in Brookline. The sad part is that Jackie was right. Bromley Heath is a community of families and young people. But when the entire world is telling you you're wrong, you start believing that. And that's why I worry about, in terms of these memorials, what our young people are being exposed to and constantly reminded about. I don't want young people to get off the school bus and say to themselves, what's the point of doing homework? Because this is the certainty of my future. I understand this is a sensitive issue, and I certainly think victims of violence should be memorialized and remembered. But I do think we should have a conversation, however painful, about the best way to memorialize these victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Presley. Chair recognizes Councilor Feeney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask to have my name added and to also speak to the ongoing issues at these memorial sites. Not only can they become, really taking over the sidewalks and into the street, but there have been a number of incidents where individuals coming to those memorial sites are identified and later on have had repercussions, and in a couple of instances, they actually occurred at the memorial site. So I think it is long overdue. I commend both my colleagues. You know, a loss of any person, let alone a child, is tragic beyond words. But I do think that the city needs to identify a way that we can do this in a respectful way, perhaps limit the number of days, or you know, identify ways that we can recognize this loss, but also give hope to our children. And I agree with Councilor Presley. I think for young people to see this day after day, I've spoken very often about my alternative schools in my district that I visit, and one in particular where a young man every day gets out of his house, walks down the street, and comes to a wonderful alternative school, knowing that he has walked by the house of the man who killed his brother. His brother is dead, and this man is still walking the streets. So we do need to support these families. We do need to give these children hope. And I think that this is something that it really is contributing to the sense of fear and concern. We do need to have a grieving period, but I think we need to do that in a way that is positive rather than negative. Thank you.
Thank you. Please add the name of Councilor Feeney and the name of Councilor Siomo and the name of Councilor Murphy, and if you'll add my name as well. That matter shall be referred to the Committee on City Neighborhood Services and Veterans Affairs. And then, Madam Clerk, on docket 1001, Councilor LaMattina moves reconsideration so that he can add his name. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. His name shall so be added. Thank you. So we're going to go back into recess to allow a little more talk on the budget. Let me just remind my colleagues, which I know everyone knows, but also the public who's watching, City Council is governed by the open meeting law. When we go into recess, it's not for the purpose, nor does it occur that we caucus. That does not occur. When we caucus publicly in this chamber. But it is does allow people to make individual conversations and reach out to the administration and do what they need to do. We are going to recess for that purpose. The council will be in recess for 20 minutes.
I'm glad you said that because
Council will be back in session. Will the clerk call a roll call to ascertain the presence of a quorum?
Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Siomo. Councilor Connolly. Councilor Consalvo. Councilor Feeney. Councilor LaMattina. Councilor Linehan. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Presley. Councilor Ross.
Present.
Councilor Tobin. Councilor Turner. Councilor Yancey. We have a quorum.
Councilor Arroyo.
Councilor Arroyo. Present. Have a quorum.
Okay, a quorum is present. And now I would like to turn the floor over to the Chair of the Ways and Means for the purpose of pulling dockets to be read by the clerk.
Order of business, Mr. President, is dockets number 0947, 0948, 0949, and 0950 regarding the agreement with the city and Citizens Bank.
Good.
Madam Clerk, would you just please read into the record those dockets?
Docket, excuse me, okay. Docket 0947. This is the compensating balance for the provision of lockbox services for the collection of real estate, personal property, motor vehicle excise, and boat excise taxes. Docket 0948. Compensation balance for the provision of credit, debit card banking services. Docket 0949, compensating balance agreement for the provision of banking services. And docket 0950, compensation balance agreement for the provision of direct deposit account services.
Hearing no objection from any of the members of the Ways and Means Committee on these banking matters, the chair now recognizes Councilor Siomo.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means held a hearing this past Monday regarding the services provided by Citizens Bank to the City of Boston. Assistant First Treasurer Collector Vivian Leo provided testimony. Several of our colleagues attended. Many questions were asked. And based on her testimony and responses to the councilor's questions, it seems Citizens Bank is a worthy recipient of these contracts, and I move passage of these dockets.
Councilor Siomo now moves passage of dockets number 0947, 0948, 0949, and 0950. All those in favor of the passage of those dockets, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and those dockets have passed. Mr. Chairman, is there another matter you wish to pull from the green sheet?
Yes, Mr. President. Loan orders for capital budget, dockets number 0540 through 0550 for their second reading.
Madam Clerk, would you please read those dockets into the record?
Yes. That's right. 0540. 0540. I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $6,640,000 for pool repairs, Vine Street Community Center, critical facility repairs, fire alarms at 11 stations, East Boston Library study, HVAC replacement at 3 branch libraries, central maintenance facility floor repairs. Docket 0541. I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $37,215,000 for access improvements at Wheatley School, accreditation improvements at various schools, bathroom improvements at Tobin School, critical facility repairs, door replacement at various schools, fire alarm replacement at various schools, fire systems at various schools, HVAC at Charlestown High School, HVAC improvements at various schools, interior refurbishments at various schools, lighting improvements at Boston Latin Academy, masonry at Boston Adult Technical Academy, masonry repairs at various schools, O'Brien renovations and pavers, pathways to excellence, Pathways to Excellence, Elia Greenwood School, Pathways to Excellence, Garfield School, roof replacement at various schools. Docket 0542. I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $3,205,000 for fire equipment and park equipment. Docket 0543. I transmit herewith an appropriation order in the amount of $32,195,000 for administration and finance initiatives, computer-aided dispatch, core technology infrastructure, CRM, WOM, and call center technology, enterprise geographic information system, public safety systems implementation, integrated library system, student information system, technology infrastructure. Docket 0544. I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $20,705,000 for the Bullfinch Triangle Street Improvements, Frederick Douglass Street Improvements, Non-Participating Fund, Old Colony Housing Roadways, Retaining Walls, Roadway Reconstruction, Washington Beach Housing Infrastructure, Central Square, Center Street, South Street, Dudley Street, a Strategic Bicycle Network Project, Transportation Planning. Docket 0545. I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $5,605,000 for streetlight LED conversion, traffic signal construction projects, traffic signal control boxes, traffic signal corridor retiming program, traffic signal equipment on call, traffic signals design services. Docket 0546. I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $11,555,000 for the Brewer Burroughs Playground, Brighton Square Park, Childe Hassam Park, Cook Street Playground, Cronin Playground, De Filippo Playground, De Filippo Playground Wall, Doherty Playground, Draper Playground, Erie Ellington Playground, floodlight pole renovations, general parks improvements, George Wright Golf Course, House Playground, Hunt Almond Playground, Laviscount Park, Kittredge Square Park, Martin Playground, Mount Pleasant Street Park, Muddy River, Ringgold Park, William Devine Golf Course, schoolyard improvements, schoolyard repairs. Docket 0547. I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $445,000 for the historic cemeteries and Mount Hope Cemetery Chapel. Docket 0548. I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation in the amount of $6,920,000 for Alfred Street Bridge, bridge repairs, Massachusetts Avenue Bridge at Commonwealth Avenue, New Chelsea Street Bridge, North Washington Street Bridge. Docket 0459. I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $5,655,000 for wind turbine at Moon Island, seawall at Moon Island, Long Island Utilities. And docket 0550, I transmit herewith for your approval an appropriation order in the amount of $405,000 for street tree planting.
Hearing no objection from any of the members of the Committee on Ways and Means, Chair now recognizes the Chair of Ways and Means, Councilor Sioma.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before you, we have a capital plan that identifies 289 new and continuing projects and proposes $131.17 million in new project authorizations. As you heard from the clerk, some of those project highlights are new fire apparatus and a fire boat, renovation of the O'Brien School of Math and Sciences, new schoolyards at the Mozart in Roslindale, the Mather in Dorchester, and the Perry in South Boston, the addition of 15 to 20 miles of bike lanes in the city, my favorite, the completion of the first U.S. Green Building Council LEED certified branch in the city of Boston in Brighton. In a time of limited economic growth, the capital budget still allows Boston to make new investments in our neighborhoods and maintain many of its treasured assets. I ask for you to take a second vote in the affirmative today on those dockets so we can move our capital budget forward, take advantage of funding opportunities made available through the ARA money through the federal government, and continue to promote development in the city of Boston. Thank you.
The question now comes on passage of the capital loan orders. All those in favor say, Madam Clerk, roll call on all items. There'll be a roll call vote on each item. Madam Clerk, would you begin the roll call for the first item?
Docket 00947. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Siomo, pardon?
0540.
05. Oh, I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong stack of papers. Sorry. Oh. Yeah, 0540. Sorry. All right, I've got it ready. Just let me, here we go. Okay, we'll start over again. Councilor Arroyo.
Docket, Madam Clerk.
0540. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes to 0540.
Very good. Councilor Siomo.
Yes.
Councilor Siomo, yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Connolly.
Yes.
Councilor Connolly, yes. Councilor Consalvo.
Yes.
Councilor Consalvo, yes. Councilor Feeney.
Yes.
Councilor Feeney, yes. Councilor LaMattina.
Yes.
Councilor LaMattina, yes. Councilor Linehan.
Yes.
Councilor Linehan, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Presley. Councilor Presley, yes. Councilor Ross.
Yes.
Councilor Ross, yes. Councilor Tobin.
Yes.
Councilor Tobin, yes. Councilor Turner.
No.
Councilor Turner, no. Councilor Yancey.
Yes.
Councilor Yancey, yes. 12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative.
Matters passed.
Second
12
reading.
for, 1 in the negative. Next.
Docket 0541. Councilor Arroyo.
Councilor Royal.
Councilor Siomo. Councilor Siomo, yes. Councilor Connolly. Councilor Connolly, yes. Councilor Consalvo.
Yes.
Councilor Consalvo, yes. Councilor Feeney. Councilor Feeney, yes. Councilor LaMattina. Councilor LaMattina, yes. Councilor Linehan.
Yes.
Councilor Linehan, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Presley.
Yes.
Councilor Presley, yes. Councilor Ross.
Yes.
Councilor Ross, yes. Councilor Tobin.
Yes.
Councilor Tobin, yes. Councilor Turner. Councilor Turner, no. Councilor Yancey.
Yes.
Councilor Yancey, yes. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes.
12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter passes.
Docket 0542. Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Siomo.
Yes.
Councilor Siomo, yes. Councilor Connolly.
Yes.
Councilor Connolly, yes. Councilor Consalvo.
Yes.
Councilor Consalvo, yes. Councilor Feeney.
Councilor Feeney.
Councilor Feeney. Councilor LaMattina.
Yes.
Councilor LaMattina, yes. Councilor Linehan. Councilor Linehan, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Presley.
Yes.
Councilor Presley, yes. Councilor Ross.
Yes.
Councilor Ross, yes. Councilor Tobin.
Yes.
Councilor Tobin, yes. Councilor Turner.
No.
Councilor Turner, no. Councilor Yancey.
Yes.
Councilor Yancey, yes. 11 in the affirmative.
Councilor Feeney.
Councilor Feeney.
Yes.
Councilor Feeney, yes.
Matter passes. 12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Prior to reading the next matter, if you'll allow a point of personal privilege, I'd like to welcome back to the chamber our good friend, former Ways and Means Chair, former City Councilor Jerry McDermott, now of Scott Brown's office. Councilor McDermott, welcome. Councilor McDermott, we are in the middle of the budget, as you well remember, and we welcome you back and congratulate you on your recent appointment leading the new senators from Massachusetts. And Councilor Consalvo is requesting more funds from the federal government and summer jobs. And welcome back, Councilor McDermott. Madam Clerk, you may continue.
Docket 0543. Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Siomo.
Yes.
Councilor Siomo, yes. Councilor Connolly.
Yes.
Councilor Connolly, yes. Councilor Consalvo.
Yes.
Councilor Consalvo, yes. Councilor Feeney.
Yes.
Councilor Feeney, yes. Councilor LaMattina.
Yes.
Councilor LaMattina, yes. Councilor Linehan.
Yes.
Councilor Linehan, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Presley.
Yes.
Councilor Presley, yes. Councilor Ross.
Yes.
Counselor Ross, yes. Counselor Tobin.
Yes.
Counselor Tobin, yes. Counselor Turner. No. Counselor Turner, no. Counselor Yancey.
Yes.
Counselor Yancey, yes.
12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter passes. Next docket.
Docket 0544. Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Siomo. Counselor Siomo, yes. Counselor Connolly.
Yes.
Counselor Connolly, yes. Counselor Consalvo.
Yes.
Counselor Consalvo, yes. Counselor Feeney.
Yes.
Counselor Feeney, yes. Counselor Lamatina. Counselor Lamatina, yes. Counselor Linehan. Counselor Linehan, yes. Counselor Murphy. Counselor Murphy, yes. Counselor Presley. Counselor Presley, yes. Counselor Ross.
Yes.
Counselor Ross, yes. Counselor Tobin. Counselor Tobin, yes. Counselor Turner. Counselor Turner, no. Counselor Yancey. Counselor Yancey, yes. 12 in the affirmative.
12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter passes.
Docket
Next docket.
0545, Counselor Arroyo. Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Siomo. Counselor Siomo, yes. Counselor Connolly. Counselor Connolly, yes. Counselor Consalvo. Counselor Consalvo, yes. Counselor Feeney. Counselor Feeney, yes. Counselor Lamatina. Counselor Lamatina, yes. Counselor Linehan. Counselor Linehan, yes. Counselor Murphy. Counselor Murphy, yes. Counselor Presley.
Yes.
Counselor Presley, yes. Counselor Ross.
Yes.
Counselor Ross, yes. Counselor Tobin.
Yes.
Counselor Tobin, yes. Counselor Turner. No. Counselor Turner, no. Counselor Yancey.
Yes.
Counselor Yancey, yes. 12 in the
12 in the
affirmative.
affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter does pass.
Docket 0546, Counselor Arroyo. Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Siomo.
Yes.
Counselor Siomo, yes. Counselor Connolly.
Yes.
Counselor Connolly, yes. Counselor Consalvo.
Yes.
Counselor Consalvo, yes. Counselor Feeney.
Yes.
Counselor Feeney, yes. Counselor Lamatina.
Yes.
Counselor Lamatina, yes. Counselor Linehan.
Yes.
Counselor Linehan, yes. Counselor Murphy.
Yes.
Counselor Murphy, yes. Counselor Presley.
Yes.
Counselor Presley, yes. Counselor Ross.
Yes.
Counselor Ross, yes. Counselor Tobin.
Yes.
Counselor Tobin, yes. Counselor Turner.
No.
Counselor Turner, no. Counselor Yancey.
Yes.
Counselor Yancey, yes.
12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter passes.
Docket 0547. Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Siomo.
Yes.
Counselor Siomo, yes. Counselor Connolly.
Yes.
Counselor Connolly, yes. Counselor Consalvo.
Yes.
Counselor Consalvo, yes. Counselor Feeney.
Yes.
Counselor Feeney, yes. Counselor Lamatina.
Yes.
Counselor Lamatina, yes. Counselor Linehan.
Yes.
Counselor Linehan, yes. Counselor Murphy. Counselor Murphy, yes. Counselor Presley.
Yes.
Counselor Presley, yes. Counselor Ross.
Yes.
Counselor Ross, yes. Counselor Tobin.
Yes.
Counselor Tobin, yes. Counselor Turner. Counselor Turner, no. Counselor Yancey.
Yes.
Counselor Yancey, yes.
12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter passes.
Docket 0548, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Siomo.
Yes.
Counselor Siomo, yes. Counselor Connolly.
Yes.
Counselor Connolly, yes. Counselor Consalvo.
Yes.
Counselor Consalvo, yes. Counselor Feeney.
Yes.
Counselor Feeney, yes. Counselor Lamatina.
Yes.
Counselor Lamatina, yes. Counselor Linehan.
Yes.
Counselor Linehan, yes. Counselor Murphy. Counselor Murphy, yes. Counselor Presley.
Yes.
Counselor Presley, yes. Counselor Ross.
Yes.
Counselor Ross, yes. Counselor Tobin.
Yes.
Counselor Tobin, yes. Counselor Turner. Counselor Turner, no. Counselor Yancey.
Yes.
Counselor Yancey, yes.
12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter passes.
Docket 0549. Counselor Arroyo. Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Siomo. Counselor Siomo, yes. Counselor Connolly.
Yes.
Counselor Connolly, yes. Counselor Consalvo.
Yes.
Counselor Consalvo, yes. Counselor Feeney.
Yes.
Counselor Feeney, yes. Counselor Lamatina. Counselor Lamatina, yes. Counselor Linehan.
Yes.
Counselor Linehan, yes. Counselor Murphy. Counselor Murphy, yes. Counselor Presley. Counselor Presley, yes. Counselor Ross.
Yes.
Counselor Ross, yes. Counselor Tobin. Counselor Tobin, yes. Counselor Turner. Counselor Turner, no. Counselor Yancey. Counselor Yancey, yes.
Uh, 12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The matter passes.
Docket 0550, Counselor Arroyo. Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Siomo. Counselor Siomo, yes. Counselor Connolly. Counselor Connolly, yes. Counselor Consalvo. Counselor Consalvo, yes. Counselor Feeney. Counselor Feeney, yes. Counselor Lamatina. Counselor LaMattina, yes. Counselor Linehan. Counselor Linehan, yes. Counselor Murphy. Counselor Murphy, yes. Counselor Presley. Counselor Ross. Counselor Presley, yes. Counselor Ross. Yes. Counselor Ross, yes. Counselor Tobin. Counselor Tobin, yes. Counselor Turner. Counselor Turner, no. Counselor Yancey. Counselor Yancey, yes.
12 in the affirmative. The matter passed.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. President, docket number 0945.
Page 15.
0945. I retransmit herewith my fiscal year 2011 recommended budget for the City of Boston. The recommended operating budget, totaling $2.3 billion, is $49.4 million, or 2.2% more than fiscal year 2010 budget, adjusted for changes in the teacher pension funding mechanism. And
Chairman.
did you want the other one?
Sorry?
And did you want the second one read?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first start out by thanking the citizens of Boston, whose advocacy and determination to make their voices heard to each and every one of us so that we could advocate for their priorities in this budget. Let me also thank you, my colleagues, who worked very hard during these past several months of hearings and your support and your advocacy on behalf of all your constituents throughout the City of Boston and in each and every one's district. I also want to thank the mayor and the administration who worked cooperatively with us throughout this process. This long, very difficult, thorough process that we've all participated in, and the department heads and the cabinet officials working together. These are, as you know, these are extremely difficult times. The City of Boston is not immune to the economic climate that this country and even the global economy is experiencing. And last, and certainly not least, is Central Staff Ann Hess, and especially Sheila Temple and Chelsea Harris, wherever you are, extraordinary work on our behalf, not just with the Ways and Means process, but the firefighter contract, post-audit and oversight, and all the other information requests that they put through for us so that we could make informed decisions, difficult informed decisions on this budget before us today. So let me thank them profusely for their extraordinary work. I ask my colleagues to support this budget before you today. Almost 2 months ago, we began a budget review process that has included dozens of budget hearings. Every city department has been asked to share the sacrifice. And I appreciate the cooperation of all those departments participating in a thorough fiscal 11 budget review process. I ask you to support a budget that is sustainable and reflects the difficult economic times we face. Challenges that force us to make very, very difficult decisions. In these times, we must make sure to take every opportunity to do more with less, while also recognizing the importance of setting ourselves up for success in the future. The answer is not to continue to withdraw additional funds from reserves to pay for ongoing costs. We need to focus on sustainability and making it through these hard times without compromising our future. As a body, we have worked together with the administration to incorporate significant improvements in the budget before you today. Additional funds for preschool childcare, youth summer jobs, Custodial positions, branch libraries reflect the priorities of this body. And I'm happy to report that we now have 57 new custodial positions restored, and that 10 AFSCME employees are saved through other AFSCME opportunities going forward in this budget. Since the beginning of this budget review process, libraries have been a key issue, and I credit the administration immensely for their decision not to just level fund the Boston Public Library, but to increase the BPL budget by almost $700,000. Early on in the budget process, many of us joined in asking for more substantive and thorough community process. And I am confident that this increased funding will allow our affected communities to have a real say about the future of these important community assets. A vote to support this budget is certainly not painless. We have worked together as a body for months to make our priorities clear. Deep budget cuts and layoffs are never easy, and cuts during these difficult economic times are even more difficult to bear. But a vote for this budget is a responsible vote, and a vote that sets up this city for a successful future. I will continue to advocate, as I have for 2 years now, as the chairman of Ways and Means, to find new ways to do more with less. I also want to thank the administration for their year-round work helping to maintain Boston's fiscal strength. The mayor's team, including Lisa Signori, Karen Connor, Meredith Wieneck, Gail Hackett, and Molly Dunford, I want to thank them as well. Their tireless information and updates throughout this ever-changing process. I am proud of the work that this body has done to make our priorities clear and our voices heard, and I urge your support today for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your work on this mammoth budget, all the work you did, all the hours you put in.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Vice Chair of the Ways and Means Committee, Councilor Salamantina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of the chair and the exhaustive process that this has been undertaken as we have reviewed this budget. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the chair because he worked many, many hours, and I can tell you he probably lost a lot of night's sleep working on this budget, but he did a good job. And I also want to thank my colleagues for participating in this budget, because I think most of you get it. All of us get it. We understand that in the next couple of years, we're going to face some really tough financial difficulties in the city. And as a city, we need to come together. Like other cities and towns are facing some tough economic climate, we in this city, we're fortunate. We really are. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the administration, particularly Lisa Signori, Karen Connors, and her staff. Because you look at Boston, you look at this city and where we are today, and you look at other cities that have been facing this for years and years and years, and where they had to make those tough decisions to close police stations, fire stations, libraries. Imagine streetlights. We saw that, I think it was in Concord recently, where they're proposing to remove some streetlights to save on the electricity bill. I can't not emphasize the drastic cuts that we face from state aid. And I'm not going to dance around the fact that this budget includes layoffs and reductions that will affect the city operations. But I think all of us here in this body, we really fought hard to ensure that every last dollar that could be spent to save jobs. And we did that to the last minute today, working with the administration to save jobs and some services. But at the beginning of this process, like you, I was committed on ensuring that this budget that we that stood for our responsibility, and that the administration will be accountable for some of the decisions. But I'm confident that this budget that is presented before you puts the city of Boston in a better place. I can't say that's going to happen next year, but right now we are in a better place. I want to say that next year, all of us, and we use this term, and all give, all gain, and we did that, and I'll use it again. But we need to come up with some, some new ideas to help bring in revenues to the city so we can save some services next year. And we did that at the last hearing, all of us working together. So I want to thank the administration. I want to thank the mayor's team again, to Lisa, Karen, Molly. We met many, many, many times on the 6th floor, going back and forth. It has not been an easy process. We listened to your concerns, Councilor Siomo and myself going up there every day doing the battle for the councilors. And I also want to take this time to thank our staff, Chelsea and Sheila, for their work, guiding us and being there for us when we needed them. So again, listen, I urge my colleagues to support this budget. I think is a fiscally responsible budget for the city of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for your work on this budget, what you've done.
Welcome.
Chair recognizes Councilor Charles Yancey.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Chair of the Ways and Means Committee and the Vice Chair and each of our colleagues. I'd like to thank the administration for the hard work that they've put into this budget. And I'd like to thank the people of Boston for paying attention, because this is one of the two most important functions of the Boston City Council. And as everyone here knows, I've served in this body for 27 years, and I've reviewed 27 budgets. And I'd like to say this is the best budget I've seen in those 27 years. That's what I really want to say. But I can't. This budget places an unfair burden on our schools, on our community centers, and our libraries, even with the concessions made. And I think with a little more work, we could have addressed many of those issues. But the budget that was resubmitted to the City Council last week really misses the mark in a number of areas. First of all, I think it's wiser to support and nurture our young people through our community centers, through our street workers and youth workers, than to expect the Boston Police Department to do it. So this recommendation includes the cutting of 22 positions from Boston Centers for Youth and Families, at a time when we should be increasing resources in that area. But this budget also increases resources for our police and our fire, and I support public safety. But I think we're facing a case of the community centers closing. The proposal is to close 8 community centers. Now, I admit I am not as familiar with some of the community centers, but I am certainly familiar with the Matterhorn and with the Marshall. And I think the most egregious step we're taking by approving this budget, and I have no doubt that the mayor has more than 7 votes on this body, but the most egregious thing we're doing is telling the people who live around the Marshall Community Center that we are going to pull out the city staff for that community center, replace it by a vendor providing daycare services, and pretend that we responded to the needs of the young people there. That's one of the most egregious things contained within this budget. And we're not talking about a lot of positions in that case. But what's even more ironic is that last year we had 2 homicides within a very brief period of time around that community center. And in response to that, the mayor brought his entire staff, seemingly, to a community meeting, clearly leaving the community residents with the idea that we're going to increase resources to that community, not decrease it. So that's number one, the schools. The vast majority of all personnel cuts in the mayor's proposal is out of the Boston public school system. Vast majority. Now, does the school system represent the majority of the city's budget? No. So Mr. President, I could go on. I mean, I see the writing on the wall. I know pretty much how this vote is going. And I could talk for another 2 hours. I'm not going to change any votes here. But what I would say is that we must do better. We must make adjustments to this budget in the library department and the schools, and most certainly within community centers. I think it's unfair. I don't think this budget is well thought out in terms of nurturing our young people. I understand the desire to downsize city government, and we're doing it by eliminating those 8 community centers and cutting in the libraries. And I would admit that the administration made some concessions with regards to our libraries and with regards to our custodians, and I appreciate that. But those cuts should not have been proposed in the first place. And we are increasing personnel in the mayor's office. We're adding 1 position, not a big deal. Now, I don't mean to be picking on the mayor's office, but if we're talking about shared sacrifice, then why are we abandoning the people around the Marshall Community Center? Why are we saying to employees that worked with us 20, 30 years in the school department, in low-paying clerk's position, that you have to sacrifice? And yet we're adding to the mayor's office. And I have great respect and admiration and love for the mayor of Boston, but this budget is wrong. And I will not support the operating budget and urge our colleagues to reject it and go back to the drawing board so we can make the necessary corrections. So we're sending out the right policy message, particularly to our young people who are now being asked to consolidate the community center, and instead of adding resources around the Marshall School specifically, we're pulling out, and we're asking our so-called partners to take it over. And our so-called partners are going to provide some daycare services, but no services to our young teenagers and young adults and our seniors and others who would love to participate in those community centers. So I know each of my colleagues want to say a few words. I'm urging you to reject this budget. Let's put some additional time in it and make the adjustments, because what was sent back to us did not address the critical concerns of our young people. We have more than 1,200 every year who drop out of school. Where are they going to go? The re-engagement center involves 6 people to cover the thousands of young people that dropped out of school in the past 3 or 4 years. So we must do better, we can do better, and we should reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank everyone for this very challenging process. To the chairman and vice chairman of Ways and Means, we could never thank you enough for your endless hours of work. To Sheila Temple and Chelsea for their expertise and their willing to answer what may seem the most mundane question and always finding that answer. Obviously, to the administration, Lisa Signori, Karen Connor, and Molly Dunford Murphy, and Meredith also for the extraordinary work they've done. This is a very difficult budget to vote for. It's a very painful budget to vote for. because we're not in the business of the bottom line. We're in the people business. We're in the business of providing services. We're in the business of employing people who have chosen public service to be their career. We saw our custodians almost abandoned. We've watched our librarians almost decimated. And, you know, we can't, it doesn't do us any good to point fingers, but we do need to recognize our partners in government. We need to recognize that we continue to lose support at the state and federal level. You know, we're very blessed with the aggressive approach we took with the ARA money. The city of Boston really led the way, and this administration deserves a great deal of credit for that, because that has really sustained us this year and last year. But next year is a brand new day, and it's going to be a horrific time for us. We think, as we think over this last several months and the hearings that we attended, the stories, the horrific stories we heard from our city employees, the loss of job security, of health insurance, the terrible decisions that have to be made. I don't think there's anyone that can stand here and say, wow, this is, we're really happy today. We're not. We're distraught, as I'm sure our good mayor and his administration feel the same way. We would love to be able to restore every single job in this administration and throughout the city department. We're seeing a department in the print shop disbanded. There are many of us who are very skeptical and feel very saddened by that. I still hope that, someone else's math is better than mine, because I still don't see how we're going to save money. We're going to be asking every department to tighten their belt and to do more with less. But I think through this process, we have had an opportunity to look at our city employees, look at our custodians, and, the stories that we've heard about them. All that they do in the schools, opening up the schools, being the first person on the ground. When those kids who get dropped off early because their parents have to go to work, it's the custodians that greet them. When we talked and listened, when we met with all these librarians, when we met in the Curly Room and heard, people's commitment, lifelong commitment to be librarians, and know that they're no longer going to be able to do that. That is just tragic. And all we can do as we move forward is to thank the leadership of those unions that stepped up. There are unions that have really taken a role in moving this budget forward. I really want to recognize Painters Local 35 with John Laughlin and the wonderful leadership of Mike Lafferty. I also want to recognize Jen Springer for her amazing work in fighting for every position with the librarians. We hope that we've come to a better place, along with some potential for additional jobs. We're going to work to have the AFSCME jobs that could be potential retirements and not filled. There's a commitment in the administration that those jobs will be filled. So we want to thank that leadership. We want to thank them for not giving up on us, for standing with us and understanding how painful it is for all of us to have people that we care so much about, the people who are the foundation of the city of Boston, not be able to give everything back to you. But we know that we have a fiduciary responsibility to the people of Boston. And together, we're going to work through this and hopefully be able to restore some of these positions as we move forward, because our primary concern is how we deliver services to the people of Boston. We are blessed with a mayor who has been dubbed the mayor of the neighborhoods, and he certainly has demonstrated that over the years. And a lot of difficult decisions were placed before him. This afternoon, the governor took out that $2.4 million for our library. It's hard to even address these issues when there's no checks and balance in this discussion. So I would urge all of us, as we finish our work on the budget, to head for the hill and to let people know that we're not going to sit quietly and have the capital of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts be ignored. I know if you go to the suburbs, they'll tell you we get everything. Well, we don't. We've learned to do more with less. We have fabulous department heads who find grant money and are constantly looking for every dollar they can. Our work is not done here on this boat today. We need to continue our fight for the people of Boston, for these wonderful people of labor who have been so committed to what they're doing. And we need to demonstrate to them how much we respect what they have accomplished. Thank you. I will be voting for this budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, just rise to support this budget before us today, support the recommendation of the chair. And I want to commend the chair for his hard work and the vice chair. As a former chair of Ways and Means, I can tell you it's not easy. You want to be all things to all people because that's our nature in government, to help everybody and to give everything to everybody. And I know this is a year that our chair wasn't able to do that and the councilors weren't able to do that. And I think it's a reflection of what's real. And it's a reflection of the very real and serious fiscal times that we face. It's not easy to deal in terms of human lives and human people in these tough fiscal times. But I think, sadly, the economic tsunami, if you will, has put us in a position that we have to make some tough choices. It's also put us in a position where we need to make sure that, as our chair said, we have a budget that's responsible and a budget that's sustainable, and I think this budget is. It's not perfect. I don't think anyone would say it is. But we have to and we must continue to think about what the impact means beyond just today and beyond next month and beyond the next 6 months and beyond the next year. Because it's not a matter, Mr. President, of if things are worse next year. It's a matter of when things are worse next year. When we recessed last time, Mr. President, I was in my office and I was listening to BZ Radio, and the reporter was talking about the governor signing the state budget and talking about how the minute the governor signs that state budget, it's out of balance because revenue is not coming in as quickly as projected so far up to this point in June. And it's most certainly going to lead to cuts, as we've faced before, mid-year to municipalities, not just to Boston, but to other cities and towns. And I think because we're all working so hard to be fiscally responsible, to have a sustainable budget, we are going to be in a position where we can deal with those mid-year cuts. And we can also be able to try to deal with what comes down the pike next year. That's the sustainability piece. That's the not if, but when we face that second wave, that second tsunami. We are going to be in a better position because we've laid a foundation today to help us deal with it then. It's important that we understand that we do affect people's lives on our layoffs, and they're there, and no one's trying to run away from that. But we recognize that there's also been significant gains in this budget, which have already been mentioned by our friends and our chair, to the positions that were restored, to many things in the budget that we deal with. As a district council, I will tell you there are some incredible things in this budget that, in my district, funding for the George Wright Golf Course, a hidden gem in this community and in this city, both in Rosendale and Hyde Park. Major funding for the Mount Hope Cemetery, another public cemetery that does so much. And I think something that I'm so proud of that's in this budget as a district council that I have fought for 2 years and that the community of Mattapan has worked so hard for, a brand new state-of-the-art, completely refurbished playground at Hunt Almont Park in Mattapan. That's in this budget you'll be voting for, and that's something that the people of Mattapan have worked hard for the last 2 years. We've seen things in this budget and concessions have been made as we've all worked hard on that. I know things as small as, I know Councilor Tobin worked hard on strengthening the residency policy for Boston Public Schools so that we catch those people who are cheating and sending their kids from the suburbs into the public schools. Well, this budget included eliminating the investigator who was going to be in charge of that. So we're strengthening the policy, but we were going to eliminate the guy in charge of taking care of that and catching those. And every person he gets cheating the system frees up a seat for a city kid in the Boston Public Schools and also saves the city money to educate that student who's from the suburbs. I'm proud to report because of our efforts, that position has been restored. And I bring that up just because there are many things like that in this budget that we were able to collectively work on together as a council to strengthen this budget, to strengthen our neighborhoods, and to strengthen our communities. And at the same time, we're recognizing the very real and serious fiscal crisis we face, and we're laying the foundation to be fiscally responsible in the future. And for that reason, I'll support the budget. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilor Royal.
Thank you, Chairman. Some very good friends of mine, people I consider mentors to me, people who've been there for me throughout my, just not my career, but my life, who are on this body, are going to vote in a negative, and I understand why they're doing that. As of this morning, I walked in the building, and my colleagues know that I was personally conflicted on what I was going to do on this vote. I made the decision. The decision I made was that I was willing to negotiate my vote to save as many jobs as we can save. I told it to the chairman, I told it to the vice chairman, I told it to Lisa, I told it to the administration. And I want my friends here in Labor to know I tried as hard as I could possibly try. I mean, I pushed and I pushed and I pushed, and I was joined by some very good friends of mine on the city council making that push. We were able to get the custodians that was well over 80s in the beginning to 57. We'll be working here. We were able to ensure a delay in the branch libraries. Where I understand that there's a delay for process, I'm going to be very clear. To me, that's a delay to fight again and try to keep them open. You know, there'll be workers who will be saved if we keep that fight moving. We were able to secure a certain number of more people at the Central who will have their jobs saved. On top of that, we were able to secure a commitment that those who retire will be backfilled. I'm not telling you that this was an easy vote for me, because it's not. I really only stood up so I could look at my friends in Labor and tell them, I honestly believe I did everything I could. And if I thought that my voting no meant you would get more jobs, I would do that. But that's not what it means. My ability to vote yesterday means I was able to save the jobs we were able to save as part of the work that all of my colleagues here did. And let me say that it is unfair and it would be irresponsible for me to take sole credit for that. There was a will in this body to stand up for jobs. And there was a willingness from the administration to hear us as we continue to push and push and push. So I really thank all of the members of the council for making that a priority. Let me speak to some of the things I'm absolutely proud of in this budget. And that is that back in March, we held a hearing here in Youth Affairs on the sole subject of summer jobs. The grim reality was that the state and the federal government, it's a common story right now, was cutting our funds for something else, which was summer jobs. Working with this administration, I made it very clear from the beginning, as many of my colleagues did. We understand it wasn't the administration's fault that we were losing jobs. We were looking at losing 1,400 summer jobs, folks. These are young people that live in this city. Many of your kids. We were looking at losing 1,400 summer jobs. The mayor level funded, and I was proud of that. But it wasn't enough just to say that. And so working with the administration, we were able to get that number down to less than 400 jobs without a penny from the state or from the federal government. And so it's with real mixed feelings that I'm casting this vote. But I want to know, as I do it, I'm thinking about every one of those kids, over 1,000 kids, who are going to get a summer job that weren't going to have it at the beginning of this process. And I truly believe that my yes vote, along with those of my colleagues, helped to secure more jobs and the chance to keep fighting. And to my labor friends, I want you to know I will keep fighting with you as we move forward on this one. So thank you for everything you've done. We owe you a debt of gratitude. For those of you who might be losing your jobs for this, there's absolutely nothing I could say other than I'm terribly sorry, and I will continue to stand there with you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. And however my colleagues vote, let me just say to Councilor Arroyo and Councilor Presley, I think we all appreciate your 6 months on this council, the work you've done since getting here during clearly the most difficult budget any of us have seen. And I speak for all my colleagues when I say that. Any else of my colleagues wishing to speak? Otherwise, I'm going to move. Chair recognizes several of you. Chair recognizes Councilor Conley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the budget, and I want to start with a huge thanks to Councilor Siomo, who chaired this process. I've gotten to know him quite well. We entered the body together. We sit next to each other. Our offices were next to each other before he totally sold me out and won the lottery for the good office a year ago. But when you get to know Councilor Siomo, you see he's very quiet, but he works extraordinarily hard, never stops working. He's not someone looking to take great public credit. He's not someone looking to put his name out there. He's just someone looking to do the right thing and do a good job. And so I just owe him a great degree of thanks on this. And I know that this library situation is a very imperfect situation. I don't think anyone feels the library situation is a good situation. Anyone. But there's a 9-month period now for a real dialogue and discussion to happen. And the one thing I know is that when cameras are gone and seats aren't filled and we're not here, I know Councilor Siomo is going to get up very early tomorrow and begin making a lot of calls to make sure that the right things happen over the next 9 months. And so I just want to acknowledge him front and center on that. There's obviously a human aspect, a real aspect to the impact of any layoffs. And I think my colleague, my at-large colleague from Jamaica Plain just spoke so well to that, better than I could speak. I'm glad that we restored 57 positions for custodians. I'm glad that we restored some AFSCME positions, but it will never feel good to know that there are those who will lose jobs in this process. But I'm supporting this budget because these are extraordinarily difficult times where difficult decisions have to be made. And I think that this budget pushes the city forward in the right direction. And I want to just speak to 2 priorities that I care about deeply and work on day in and day out. And the first is pushing Boston to be the greenest city it can be, both for our environmental health and for sustainability and environmental responsibility, but also to secure a position in the green economy and to create jobs that will help hopefully fuel our economic engine well into the future, so that when we have economic downturns, as we do presently, we won't be devastated by it the way we have been currently. And I want to note this budget has bike lane expansion, big belly solar-powered trash compactor expansion with the new Wi-Fi technology piece. It will make our neighborhoods cleaner and greener, an energy-efficient street light program that will help save money and make us more environmentally responsible, merger of recycling and sanitation departments, and will push the Food Council forward so that we create a strong local food economy and healthier citizens here in Boston. These are all great things that our administration is doing to make this a greener and a cleaner city. And within that, I had the pleasure over the past year to serve on the Climate Change Leadership Committee. And we produced this report in April that lays out a policy vision for making this the greenest city in the world. And this budget will begin to push that policy agenda forward toward a goal of 80% greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2050. But just as important, $2 billion in savings that will help stimulate our economy and create thousands of green jobs, many of which are already being created under our Renew Boston project that will be launched, or was just launched, and will continue through this next budget cycle. I'll quickly come, though, to the part where I spent my most time and why I will vote for this budget, and that's our Boston Public Schools, and pushing to make sure that we have the greatest public schools in the world. We had 10 budget hearings on Boston Public Schools, and I'm indebted to our Chair of Ways and Means, who allowed me to co-chair those hearings as Chair of Education. Over $20 million in early education investments, AP class expansion, arts expansion, $11 million to increase investments in programming for our English language learners, increased funding for students with disabilities, expansion of inclusion modeling classes, strengthening Parent University, expanding Newcomer Academy, new classrooms for the Prescott, and $20,000 to help develop a Green Academy, an idea that was born here in the Council on the call for an Environmental Science Academy. Going forward, I know we face tremendous challenges as a city. $2 billion in unfunded pension liabilities, $5.8 billion in unfunded post-employment benefit liabilities, the loss of ARA funding, possibly not getting Race to the Top funding, losing external funding left, right, and center in this bad economy. These are tough times. It's impossible to pass a perfect budget. I think the administration's done a very good job on putting the best budget they could forward, and then this body did a very good job in pushing to improve that budget to the best extent possible in these trying times. And I just close with this, Mr. President. We can't just think about it as this year, because we have to go forward. And that's why it always concerns me when we talk about raiding reserves. I think maybe we could have gotten a little more in reserves, and certainly it was appropriate to fight to restore more positions. But in these economic times, we can't just see this as ending today, win or loss, imperfect as it is. Because if we approach it that way, we reach a day when we'll be here on a June 30th, and it won't have been, there will have been no debate on reserves, because there will have been no reserves to ever even look at. We have to maintain the financial integrity of the city to invest in the city and make a difference out in our neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, I want to commend the Chair and the Vice Chair, Committee of Ways and Means, for their many, many weeks and even months of hard work. I want to thank also our staff, Sheila Temple and Chelsea Harris, who do an amazing job for us here. We've got tough times, and we've had tough times, I think, for 8 years in a row now. I think since 2002, we've had down budgets. They just seem to keep going down and down and down. And that isn't happening here. The city didn't step back on funding anything, really, when you look at what's happened. The library piece was a very unfortunate piece, the way it played out, and we all know that as councilors, because the state cut the library of last recourse. I just want to mention, as an aside, that one person we're really missing on the board of the library trustees right now is William M. Bulger, who was the founder and the sponsor of the Library of Last Recourse, who insisted upon its funding year in and year out. And he's no longer on that board, and that board feels his loss. I will say that. And the city feels his loss in that position. So we lost, over the course of a year and a half, about $6 million, and then $2.4 million today, with the governor upholding the Boston delegation's cuts on the library. So almost $9 million of state funding. And then we had a process where library patrons were coming to us to restore that money. And we had not walked away one penny here on this body. And we can't add to the budget. The only thing we can do is cut this budget. But we used every bit of leverage collectively we could to save jobs. And the cuts didn't come from here, but they were kind of foisted upon us. When you think about $200 million in local aid over the last few years being taken away from the city of Boston. At one point in time, we had almost a third of our budget was from state aid to the city. We were at about roughly 50% from our property tax. Now we're at 62 or 63% from property tax, and I think 19% or 18% from state aid. That's where the walkaway has been. In addition, to some federal cuts, we're losing ARRA funding. This is the last year for it. So it's not a good picture moving forward. We have to be on schedule to fully fund our unfunded pension liability by 2028, and we're less than 60% there to funding it. And we haven't even put on the books officially other post-employment benefits, which right now would be about almost $7 billion, $6.9 billion. And when we think about what we take out of employees now to cover the cost of other most post-employment benefits, we take out about $145 million, and the cost to the city is over $370 million. So we're not even sustaining that while we're paying in. All the years that we haven't paid in, that liability is out there. So the administration is to be commended, frankly. I've been moving around the Commonwealth, and almost every other city or town is hemorrhaging. And we are in a very fortunate position vis-a-vis them. But the public formula that we all use to sustain the public jobs and retirement benefits is failing. It is failing. It does not. The system that we are using now is paying for service in the past as much, or if not more, than it's paying as we go. And there's going to be an adjustment. And it's going to be a cataclysmic adjustment moving forward, or each and every public budget will not be able to sustain what it is we're trying to do. And we're all here, all of us, working with the administration to provide that safety net, to provide those vital services that people count on us to provide. We're facing a structural problem, all of us, and I think we all know that. So I'm supporting this budget. I worked hard with many of my colleagues to restore as many positions as we could. There was a good faith effort on both sides of this building and upstairs and downstairs, the 5th floor and 6th floor, to do that. And we get the best out of it, I think, that we can. But moving forward, to all of us in the audience, we saved some jobs, but the outlook for next year isn't good. And we're looking at being right back here in the next few months, thinking about where we go from here, and it's not in a positive sense. So I just want to say that publicly. It's going to be another tough year, or maybe even a tough cycle. But in the end, I think all of us working together made something happen here, and I'm proud to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilor Presley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my first budget. I can only hope it gets easier with experience. But I think that's the idealist in me coming out. And the truth is that there's nothing ideal about this process. Governing is messy, and at no point is it messier than at budget time. There will always be too many good causes and too little money. The reality is that no budget is perfect because there's always more we want to do. But I also know that next year will be even tougher. We lose millions of dollars in ERA funding. We anticipate losing more money in state aid, which isn't even addressing the possibility that Massachusetts could stand to lose $600 million in Medicare funding. We already know that we'll be talking about closing schools next year, cutting social safety net programs, and the threat of personnel layoffs, significant ones, looms large. I can't run and hide from that reality, and I don't intend to. The people who elected me did so because they trusted me to make the tough decisions, not the easy ones. I have fought and done what I could do to make this budget as fair, as good, as equitable as possible, and I believe we as a body have made this a better budget. Not a perfect budget, but a better one than was first introduced months ago. This process is not over. Yes, the actual budget process is over. But government doesn't end when today's budget vote takes place. Our fighting, our advocating doesn't end when this vote is taken. The fight to save our library workers will continue in many different forms, whether it's ramping up fundraising efforts with the support of our home rule petition passed unanimously today by the Board of Trustees and the BPL Foundation, or coordinating with our partners in the State House to include funding in the next supplemental budget, or looking creatively at private partners to engage in this process. I'm voting yes on this budget today because this budget, as imperfect as it is, does what I asked of the administration. I entered this chamber saying I was going to work to address issues that destabilize our communities, and the administration listened, worked with me, and did what I asked them to. We talk a lot about what this budget is saying no to, but let me highlight some of what it is saying yes to. And quite frankly, it's some of our most vulnerable people living on the margins who don't have a union or an organized body to advocate for them. This budget is saying yes to and protects funding for violence prevention, homelessness programs, and substance abuse programs. This budget increased funding for violence intervention and prevention coalitions. It increases funding for the Youth Development Network. We have not lost a single bed in our homeless shelters. We didn't cut funding for outpatient counseling for those struggling with substance abuse. And we did not cut funding for maternal and child health home visits. This is an imperfect budget, but then again, governing is an imperfect practice undertaken by imperfect people who strive every day for the perfect solution. That is our constant battle, and it is one in which no way ends today. I will continue to work today, tomorrow, and for as long as I am in this chamber to keep our libraries open, our librarians employed, our custodians working, to keep our schools safe and clean, and our community centers open. That is the work I do each and every day, and I will continue to do. But government is a tough place for idealists such as myself, and so today, I'm being a realist about our economic situation today and the one we'll face next year. I'm voting yes because as imperfect as this budget is, I believe it is the best possible budget we could achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilor Lenahan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the chair of Ways and Means. It's a very difficult job. He gave extraordinary effort, along with his very competent and vice chair, Sal Lamartina. They worked very diligently with each and every one of us to see that we could come to a compromise that which we could live with and we could project and represent in our communities. I believe that the FY11 budget is a cautious budget, and one that is set in a context of shrinking revenues as we move into FY11, 12, and 13. And we had, because of this, we've discussed serious service delivery impacts, ones that affect every neighborhood and every community, jobs, buildings, the like. I also believe that the City Council has staked its position and has improved the budget for FY11. I commend the administration on moving to meet us in a place where we agreed on many things, and the hard work that they put in daily on dealing with budget matters and the fiscal stability of our city, and their efforts to protect our city's long-term financial stability, which is part of the greater context of all of these discussions. But I'm not without reservation. Anytime we close an operation or lay off employees, it's painful. It's painful for all of us. All of us have to make the decisions, but not nearly as painful for the guy who's going home or the gal who is going home and saying that the pink slip is done and, you know, I'm on unemployment, I got to go find a new job. I wish we could have done more, but in the context of this compromise, we've done much. I agree with my good colleague from Dorchester in saying that we've underfunded Boston Centers for Youth and Families. And although that agency and department, like many, need to be retrofitted for the future, it will impact our neighborhoods. But it's most apparent that the City of Boston has to reshape how it will serve the citizens of Boston, create more effective and efficient delivery systems as we move forward into what is projected as most uncertain times. And as Councilor Murphy stated, more of Boston's residents and Boston businesses' tax dollars are part of this budget. And the state, although with their own financial problems, has left us with less than $100 million, I think, over the past 2 years than what we would have had. I still believe that, and I believe this, and I say this for all, I firmly believe that public employees managed properly and given sufficient resources can compete and beat private service delivery, and I'll continue to fight for that throughout my tenure here on the City Council. And I hope that in FY11, the budget that we are going to vote on today, the mayor, his people, the City Council, and the 17,000 employees that work for the citizens of Boston will work together to create a delivery system, and in cooperation and in dialogue and communication with those citizens. You know, the balance in these negotiations lies in spending wisely and working with the citizens who we deliver the services for. And in the resubmission, there was great movement in allowing us the time to re-engage the citizens around the delivery of the libraries, branch libraries in the neighborhoods. And I commend the administration for that, and also to give us some time to work with the impacted communities around the closings of Boston community centers. Government must stay solvent, and we talk about this, we've been talking about it now, at least since I've been on the council, but each year it becomes more heightened. Must stay solvent, but it also has other roles, and that's one is it must stimulate and protect services. In addition to what we've talked about, we absolutely have to create more ways to attract greater resources. The council and the mayor need to spend the next 12 months figuring out what that is. And I know there have been a lot of discussions as part of this that we've come up with different ideas, and we should continue to do that. Again, we have won some concessions and lost in other areas of importance. Let's work within this budget to improve. I'm a politician all my life. I've never really been an activist. So I believe that politics is the art of compromise, and I will support this budget.
Thank you, Councilor. Chair recognizes Councilor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Want to rise just to also extend my thanks to the chair and vice chair of the Ways and Means Committee. I think it's really been a hard job, and one that's been really moved forward with care and seriousness and cooperation. So I really appreciate that. Also appreciate the staff and what Ms. Temple and Ms. Harris have put into it, and all of us. You know, I think we've worked very hard. Mayor has certainly worked hard to try to fashion from his own perspective a budget that makes sense with a very competent team that's kept us in a good financial position despite the ups and downs of the economy. You know, when you look at a budget, there are a lot of ways to look at a budget, and I think we have one aspect I don't think we've really looked at, and that is that particularly during tough times, the formulation of a budget that's going to affect a group of people needs to be one that pulls us together. Why? Because in this city, 80% of our resources, at the very least, more probably than that, go into personnel. So budgets are about personnel. So if a budget doesn't pull us together, then the budget is causing a situation that could make the cost of government go up. if the attitude of the 16,000 workers we have isn't improving but is getting worse because of the way we're handling the budget, then, brothers and sisters, you have to acknowledge that our financial situation will get worse because it's about people and the work that we either do or don't do that will really make this city whole during the that all of you say, and I see it coming too. I mean, the difference in our thinking is that while I see the crisis coming, my view is that the crisis is best dealt with not by budget crunchers, by the crunching of the money. It's dealt with by the attitude of the workers that we have here and the people of the city, whether they feel that we're really and we're working together, whether they feel that inspires them to cooperate, to put more in, to be willing to make the sacrifices because they really believe that the sacrifices are being put out. I don't think that's why I can't vote for this budget. I don't think we have handled the budget in a way that will encourage the workers of the city or the people of the city going to continue, that we're really trying to use this budgetary process to pull us together, to help us think together, to help us figure out how do we together manage it. I think it's the same old thing. That people will perceive it. People at the top saying, okay, this is it, and we'll try to give you some more as you bargain with us. We need to find a way to pull us together. That's the only way I think we can make it through this. Got 43 unions that are going to be bidding on contracts. You know what they've seen us do in the last 6 weeks? They've seen us give $3.6 million starting next year to the best paid workers in this city for drug testing. And they have seen us threaten lay off 20% of back the money. $800,000, $900,000 time. And what do? We start off by 20% to a union showed their selflessness. The police force would be about 100 workers, 100 policemen. Five % of the firemen would be about 80, I think. Are we going to say that we're going to cut 80 firemen because times are tough? No, but we're comfortable saying we'll cut 20% librarians because times are tough. I think that sends a message to the workers of this city that doesn't encourage cooperation, encourage suspicion, and they're all going to the bargaining table. So I don't think this contract puts us in a better, this budget puts us in a better situation financially, because we have to be concerned about the impact of this budget on the perception of those 43 unions, right? Isn't that what governance is all about? Did it help us with the librarians and with the people of the city who care deeply about libraries? No, I think we missed the opportunity. Every crisis is an opportunity. Every crisis is an opportunity. And the reality is that we had an opportunity with the library situation, I think, to bring us together, to pull us together. Did we do that? No, we fractured ourselves, I think. The same with the community centers. There needs to be a reorganization and planning with all the community centers. But we're not doing it that way. And with the 8 that we're looking at, we aren't planning with those groups. Based on my experience at the Johnson Center and the experience around the Marshall and the Walsh, we aren't pulling people together to plan. Brothers and sisters, you know, we have to understand that money doesn't buy positive attitude. Respect, cooperation, and appreciation is what gets human beings to feel that they should cooperate and work together. I think the only reason I'm going through this, because it certainly isn't, it's not going to pass it's not going to bring the budget into a situation where we can have any more negotiation. The reason I'm saying this is I do believe we're headed into tough times. And I do believe that we need to change our attitude about governance. I think we need to have an attitude that says we bring people together, that we have the respect of people to believe that if we bring people together and really look at problems and issues, that people will rise to the occasion and really work through solutions where they're willing to sacrifice, where they see other people just saying, okay, this is it, take it or walk, is when people say, to hell with you. I'm not going to cooperate with you. And the worst thing we could have going into this crisis period is the workers in the city feel that the council and the mayor aren't serious about equity and cooperation. I hope that isn't the message we're sending this year. And since times are going to be tougher next year, I hope we use next year's budget process to try to bring us together, not split us apart. Thank you.
Operating budget, which is docket 0945. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the docket has passed. Councilor Turner doubts the vote. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll call?
Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Siomo.
Yes.
Councilor Siomo, yes. Councilor Connolly.
Yes.
Councilor Connolly, yes. Councilor Consalvo.
Yes.
Councilor Consalvo, yes. Councilor Feeney.
Yes.
Councilor Feeney, yes. Councilor Lamatina.
Yes.
Councilor Lamatina, yes. Councilor Linehan.
Yes.
Councilor Linehan, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Presley.
Yes.
Councilor Presley, yes. Councilor Ross.
Yes.
Councilor Ross, yes. Councilor Tobin.
Yes.
Councilor Tobin, yes. Councilor Turner.
No.
Councilor Turner, no. Councilor Yancey.
No.
Councilor Yancey, no. 11 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative.
Mr. Chair, you mind if I pull docket 047, or did you, 046?
0946.
Yeah, 0946. Do you have, Chair recognizes Councilor Siomo.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me thank each and every one of you for your support and your kind words. And I failed in my opening remarks to thank Councilor Lamatina, who was not just a vice chair, but a true partner in this process. Thank you for all your hard work. It was together that we worked hard. Thank you very much. And Councilor Connolly, thank you for your hard work co-chairing the education hearings, which were extremely exhaustive and thorough. Thanks to your leadership on that. Let me just start by saying the school budget review process has been exhaustive this year. 8 days of hearings were held and hundreds of pages of supporting documents were provided by the Boston Public School System for our review. I believe a thorough examination of our city's largest department was necessary. By reviewing nearly every dollar of this $821,382,404 budget, we have proven our commitment to the children of the city of Boston. The input of our council provided throughout this process proved valuable. This was mostly notably illustrated with the restoration of the 57 custodial positions. Other highlights of this budget include $11.7 million new investment in English learner language improvements, a $700,000 investment in arts and enrichment made possible through the assistance of EdVestors, a new state-of-the-art information management system to help streamline services. I'm proud of our efforts, and while FY12 will prove to be a trying year for Boston Public Schools, I believe the FY11 budget demonstrates the city's commitment to keeping budget cuts out of the classroom and maximizing the resources available to our students. Thank you.
Dear councilors, this is docket 0946. I transmit herewith an appropriation order for the Boston schools for fiscal year 2011 in the amount of $821.4 million.
Chair recognizes Councilor Murphy.
Move the question, Mr. President.
Requires a second. Councilor Lenahan seconds. Motion to move the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Say nay. The ayes have it. The question is now so been moved. All in favor of passage of docket 0946, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Councilor Yancey doubts the vote. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll call.
Docket 0946, Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Siomo.
Yes.
Councilor Siomo, yes. Councilor Connolly.
Yes.
Councilor Connolly, yes. Councilor Consalvo.
Yes.
Councilor Consalvo, yes. Councilor Feeney.
Yes.
Councilor Feeney, yes. Councilor Lamatina.
Yes.
Councilor Lamatina, yes. Councilor Linehan.
Yes.
Councilor Linehan, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Presley.
Yes.
Councilor Presley, yes. Councilor Ross.
Yes.
Councilor Ross, yes. Councilor Tobin.
Yes.
Councilor Tobin, yes. Councilor Turner.
No.
Councilor Turner, no. Councilor Yancey.
No.
Councilor Yancey, no. 11 in the
11 affirmative, 2 in the negative. The matter is passed. Thank you, Councilor Siomo.
Last but not least, docket number 0539.
Docket
Madam Clerk.
Docket 0539, that the sum of $35 million be and same hereby is appropriated to the Other Post-Employment Benefits Liability Trust Fund.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Most of you already spoke to this. Councilor Murphy especially, who was Ways and Means Chair my first year, and I appreciate your work during that budget process that I learned so much. I will just say that, as he stated earlier, we're just touching the surface of our obligations to future benefits of our employees. So we must maintain this contribution, which should be closer to $373 million to meet those obligations. So I urge the body to pass this.
The question now comes on passage of docket 0539. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0539 has passed. Any of my colleagues wishing to pull a matter from the green sheet? Hearing and seeing none. Madam Clerk, any late files?
One file personnel.
I've been informed by the clerk that a late file that is personnel in nature is before the body. Hearing no objection, the matter is properly before. Madam Clerk, the matter.
Councilor Ross for Councilor Lamatina, effective July 5th. Following named person be and hereby is appointed to the position set against their name until Friday, September 17th, 2010. Aaron Cahill.
The matter being personnel in nature is moved by Councilor Lamatina to suspend the rules and pass. All those in favor of suspension of the rules and passage of the matter say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the matter has so passed. Question now comes on the consent agenda. All those in favor of passage of the consent agenda say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The consent agenda has passed. Any of my colleagues wishing to close in memory, please signify. Chair recognizes Councilor Lenahan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in memory of a dear friend, John J. Muzzy Meslowskis. He's a lifelong resident of South Boston. He leaves a son, 5 stepchildren, and numerous grandchildren and step-grandchildren. He passed on June 17th. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to adjourn in memory of a good friend of mine, State Representative Robert Nyman from Hanover. Many of us saw this in the newspaper. Bobby Nyman 49 years old, father of two wonderful daughters, in his 11th year in the legislature, and just a gem of a public servant, someone whose heart was in doing the right thing for people every day. And he went to work at the State House, and he worked for the underdog, for the little guy. He stood up and took no prisoners in all the battles he's had up there. Somebody who was in this business for the right reason, tragically taken way too early from a lot of, obviously, his family who loved him, his district. And I was down there yesterday afternoon. There's a wake going on 4 to 8 tonight at Hanover Town Hall. I was there yesterday. There must have been 4,000 people come through Hanover Town Hall in like a 4-hour time span yesterday, and they're saying the lines are long again today. Just a gem of a person, taken way too soon. Tragic accident in his backyard, and I don't fully know what happened. We believe it might have been a heart attack. And 49 years old, just a waste to lose a guy like that. So a deep loss personally for myself and those close to me who knew him very, very well. My girlfriend Bridget and he were very, very close friends. So we miss him, and I wish to adjourn the City Council in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for your loss. Chair recognizes Council Lamontina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I'd like to close in memory of Onina DiCenzo from the North End. She was 70 years old. She leaves 4 children and 4 grandchildren. Also, I would like to close in memory of Marlene Marchese from East Boston. She was a cook at the East Boston camps for many, many years. When I was a camper and a counselor, she leaves her 2 children, Dominic and Tammy, and 2 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask that we adjourn in memory of Frances Bonin, B-O-N-I-N, who leaves her husband Joseph 9 dear to all of us, and that's Ed Gary Jr., who coordinates the Dorchester Day events, and they will have a funeral service in Holbrook today, 4 to 7, and we want to remember him and his entire family. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Council Yancey.
Thank you very much. First of all, Mr. President, I would like us to remember Horatio Julius Homer, who we honored earlier today, who was the first African-American police officer in the city of Boston, passed away in 1923. But on a sadder note, Mr. President, it's my responsibility to report to colleagues that former Boston City Councilor Gareth Saunders and his wife gave birth to twins. And sadly, neither survived more than a week. So I don't have their names, but the service will be held this Saturday, 10 a.m. at the Greater Love Tabernacle on Nightingale Street in Dorchester. The twin children of former Boston City Councilor Gareth Saunders and his wife, Michelle. Thank you.
The council council now seeks to adjourn in memory of Mazi Maslausis. I'm sorry. Not even close. Maslauskis. State Representative Robert Nyman, Onla DiCenzo, Marlene Marchese, Frances Bonin, Horatio Homer, and the twin children of Gareth and Michelle Saunders. And when we do so, we will meet again on July 14th. All in favor of adjournment of the council, say aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The council stands adjourned.